Hey, hey there. Happy, guess what today is? Happy Twin Peaks Day. Yes, indeed. It's been a holiday for a while. I didn't know about it until today. So welcome, happy Monday. It's also Monday. It's also open panel. Um, I haven't looked at the news at all. I have no clue what's going on in the world right now. So let me see. What did I miss? What happened? Trump, Elon, Trump, Macron. It's just geopolitical drama. That's it. Ukraine, some lawsuit from Trump, Eric Adams. Okay, nothing major. Carry on, world. Let's see. Um, as for me, it's just open panel. I'm just keeping the stream going. Hey, Daniel Barry. You know what? That's an even better title. I think I will use that. Thank you, Plasma. Happy. Happiness is a choice. Joy is a choice. All the emotions are a choice. Ultimately, they may not start out as a choice, but you have a choice where they go from there. So choose joy, choose happiness, choose whatever you want. I'm not telling you. I'm not here to tell you what to choose. I'm only here to tell you that you can choose. All right, so anyway, that was the world. All right, let's look at Twitter. Twitter. This guy says the true civil war of society is really coming down. Oh, here, it goes with a graph. Um, this is a graph from Germany, but I shared a similar one from the United States many months ago. This is people swinging to the left politically. Look, 2010 on up, and to the right politically. There's a big gap. So this guy says, young German. Oh, wait, that's not the tweet. The true civil war of society is really coming down to white women trying to give their societies to non-white men and white men trying not to go extinct. That's basically what everything is coming down to. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I wanted to. No, I don't want to show this actually. Um, mm, no, I guess I don't have any tweets. That was about the only one. What's going on in Europe? What is Europe doing? What is Europe up to now? I don't really. The only time I'm a what is it? American chauvinist, Americentric. Oh, after the graph because of Germany. Hey, Mike and Ziggy. I get very little news outside of America unless it trickles into the American news somehow. Every now and then I hear what's going on in Europe or China or Russia or Ukraine or Israel. But I live kind of in the American bubble as far as my where my interest go, what shows up on my radar. Why? What are you pissed off about? What, you can always choose. I can't do anything about it at all. You have to do something about it.
Hey
But
Jeff,
hey, Joe, what's up?
Oh, I just saw it was open panel, so I thought I would um, hang out for a bit.
Okay.
Um, yeah, not a whole
How's
lot
it?
going on.
Not a
Um,
whole lot going on. That's what it
no,
sounded like. Well,
yeah,
we have an angry kitty in the chat right now. Oh, apparently you.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
let's get it
sometimes,
out.
sometimes people just don't like me.
And Mike. People don't
Yeah,
like me either.
no. The only thing that really happened today was the board game thing, and there was actually something that happened again this time. Um,
Oh, is that the pronoun one at the library?
it's the same. It's the same one, coincidentally. Different people involved though. So because the pronoun one had those people that showed up the one time, the librarian or the pronoun incident, and then there was that time the one girl was mad about me not voting, um, and then uh, this time it was completely different. We were playing this game called Wavelength, and what you do is you basically have this meter that has like a needle that goes like this, almost like a speedometer, and uh, you're like the clue giver, and you know where the needle's supposed to point. Like there's a thing that's like hidden on the meter that's like where the needle needs to line up. And so what you do, you basically give people a clue. You'll get like a card that has two words on it, and you'll give them like a hint. So, and the words will usually be opposites of each other. So, like, it'll say the left side is peaceful and the right side is warlike. And so you give some sort of clue that you think is between peaceful and warlike to try and give people an idea of where exactly from the far left to the far right the needle should be pointing. It's an interesting idea for a game, and it's called
So,
Wavelength.
like, if it's closer to war, your clue would be more warlike,
Yeah,
but
so
not
if I
completely warlike,
yeah, so if I said
like rampage.
yeah, so if I said like Rampage, for example, that would probably be all the way to the right. If I said ceasefire, right, that would be peaceful, kind of, but it's not an actual treaty or an end of the war, right? It's a ceasefire. So maybe you'd only do it pointing slightly to the peace side, right?
How many clues do you get?
We did like a very free form version of it so people could get familiar with the game. It wasn't very fun because it wasn't challenging. There's sort of
Oh,
like a field, and the closer you get to the center of where you're supposed to be on the meter, the more points you would get if you were doing teams. And so, incidentally, though, I am the one that caused the controversy,
I'm
um,
so excited.
but not in a way that really affected me. But I did move the first domino. Um, the spectrum I got, on the left side it said vice, and on the right side it said virtue. And it just so happened that when the part of the meter where the needle needed to land was basically all the way to the far right, and I said, okay, I needed something that communicates just clear, obvious, extreme virtue. I need to
Oh,
give a
virtue.
clue that does this, right? Um, so like not only lots of virtue, but basically like no sense of vice. Like what's
Like
completely
saintliness, holy,
yes, you're on the right track.
holy,
So
holiness,
I'm like,
purity.
I said, I'll make this easy. I'll give one hint. And I said the word Jesus, right? Because I thought, and they can see what the spectrum is, so they'll know. And they'll be like, oh, obviously he's trying to give an easy example of extreme virtue, right? But then some people are like, well, it depends on if you were what you think, And then one guy asked me, are you an atheist? And I said, yes. And they're like, well, but he's an atheist. And I'm like, but I didn't volunteer that. I said I would make it easy and just do Jesus. So then two other players start talking about like Jesus. They're like, well, I don't. Jesus wasn't necessarily a virtuous person. And this one guy, he's like, well, it depends. It's like that just maybe you think religion isn't virtuous, but that doesn't mean Jesus as a person wasn't good. And just and what ended up
All it
happening
has
is
to do is tell him where to put the needle. My God.
yeah, I know, and it so that was it, and it went on like that for a couple minutes, but eventually they just settled on the needle, and sure enough, it was all the way to the far right. But apparently, just talking about Jesus, she was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not having fun. And then she got up and left. And that like
Good. I don't think you go.
she had
Finish the
never done
story.
that before. And then the guy who was talking with her was like, oh, did I do that? And I thought, and I said that said to him uh, um, I said, look, you didn't do anything. If she was really that upset by it, whatever happened already happened long ago, and it's still with her. And it's not your fault if you stumble into
You
that.
ran off a neurotic woman or a neurotic player. I think you did
Yeah.
a good thing. You did the group a service.
Oh, I mean, I didn't mean to do that. Again, the only thing I did was say give the clue
Jesus.
Jesus. And that was pretty much the extent of my involvement in it. And although um, when that was like the last one of the last ones we did like one more and then we were done. And I did joke. I said I was going to make it easy, but clearly I was wrong because
You would have made it easy. It made it easier on me if I was there.
because she always seemed like a pretty easygoing person up to that
They're
point. But there's something
neurotic. I'm telling
there's
you, they
there's
you can't ever go by appearance.
there's something about and I've been going there since like July now, I think August, July or August maybe, yeah, August. Um, so I've seen these people several times. She's been there pretty much every time, and I think she must just have some kind of past with religion that um, struck a chord with her, but not in the good way.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, that's good. If she's not having fun, then she should leave. So
that's better than the oh, I'm offensive. I'm going to police your speech. That's
I
way
wonder
better.
how much of it is power testing to see what they can get if they can get the group to rally around their little
Well, it didn't seem to me
pet
like she
injuries.
it didn't seem to me like she was trying to rally people. It seemed like she was kind of just saying what she thought, and then she just it made her feel bad, and her response to feeling bad about it was to leave. Um, as opposed to like the pronoun thing, right? Like the pronoun thing is, I use they them pronouns, or the other girl with me not voting, like immediately like is like she's like, I know you're not gonna not vote when my reproductive rights are on the table or something. She said something like that. You know,
I don't
uh,
care about her reproductive rights. They don't
no, I don't.
affect my life one bit.
I don't worry about other people's rights. It doesn't make sense to do that. And so, um,
I mean, I
and
don't owe her anything,
yeah, I mean, it's like
and she
it's
doesn't owe me anything.
well, it's like I mean, she says that, and she's not gonna. I don't expect she would do anything for my rights. Like, I don't think she gives a fuck about my rights. I could literally be in chains as a slave, and I don't think she would feel very moved to do anything about it. So that's it's interesting. I think when people say it's for rights, what they really mean is I want you to do what I want, and I just want to make it sound like it's fair for me to ask that. When
Yeah,
really you should just be like, hey, I would like you to do this. Can you do this for me? That's way better than the but
that's why I keep wondering if it's just to see what they can get away with,
yeah.
like
In her case,
how much power or control they have over the
again,
group.
this woman, I would say this woman is probably closer to your age, like definitely
Oh
Gen X.
Lord,
The woman who walked away today. Um, and so, um, Mike, why are you talking about coffee shops? I wish I knew why, but um,
well,
although
you
they,
do stream from them quite a
I
bit.
do, I do. And this event is actually called Board Game Cafe. That's what the librarian named hers. Like the other ones is just Board Game Day or
Is it at
adult
the
only.
library?
Yeah, they're
Do
all at
they
libraries.
actually serve coffee?
Um, Usually she provides snacks
Oh,
and
okay.
tea and hot cocoa, but not coffee.
Oh,
The
that's
other library that doesn't provide as wide a variety of things does have a Keurig, so I can get coffee at that one. And then
do they have a lot of homeless people there?
no, not that I've seen them. Usually the people who come to these are like Gen X or older. I'd say mostly boomers who are like retired and they don't have much to do in the middle of the day.
Oh,
The girl who was mad about me not voting is like my age. In fact, last time, like a month ago, so December, we were talking, and she was like trying to guess when everyone was born, and she's apparently like only a month older than I am, so she's very close to my age. Um, and um, which is interesting. I'm 33, but I still think of her as a girl in my head. It's funny
Yeah.
how that word gets used. I feel like, I could be 50 and I'd be talking to another 50-year-old woman, and then I'd be like, "Oh, I was just talking to that girl over there," and I point at the 50-year-old woman, and I feel like that would
When
just
does a
feel
girl
normal.
become a lady
That
or a woman?
When
well, it's
she
not like
acts
When
she's.
properly.
Or you want to be called a woman? Well, maybe you should act like one. You act like a girl, so you get called one.
I mean, I still get called boy every now and then.
Well, with with uh with men, it's sort of different because there's this boy, guy, man thing, and so there's
Dude,
like this dude is like the male version of chick.
generic. Dude could be any age.
Yeah, dude is like the yeah, but it's more like the male version of chick, right?
Male
Yes.
version of what? Chick? Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
so.
like I don't say chick as much as I say girl, and I would say like when I'm saying chick, I'm being far more. There's a flippancy to that use that isn't with girl or woman or lady.
So, so from my experience in the Poundverse, people care about rights or just trying to figure out how much they can get away with. So, that's pretty much it. Just from my personal experience.
Yeah, and
But
so yeah,
I do care about privileges. Don't care about rights.
yeah, and it's interesting that people yeah feel like they can tell you what you're supposed to care about uh and to the point that they can be annoying about it. But I will say this: the lady who left, all she did was clearly communicate that she was not feeling happy, and she left. She didn't shame
But
anyone.
about Jesus, about the word Jesus, or the
It wasn't about the
concept.
word Jesus. It was, I think, the conversation about it that happened afterward. It was the fact that people were talking about it. He's like, "Well, Jesus was a good person," and it's clear to me because they went into some detail, but there's obviously a lot more that she has some sort of issue with religion, probably something in her past, and talking about it was just upsetting to her. I think it was not helped by the fact that they were overthinking the clue. I said Jesus, and like if it's on a vice virtue spectrum, like which do you think it's going to be? Do you think I'm being
Did they know it was
subtle?
vice virtue?
Yes, they knew that. So it's a vice virtue
Oh,
spectrum,
okay.
and the
Well,
clue is
yeah,
Jesus.
very
And I'm
easy.
just like, one word, Jesus, right? Turn that sucker all the way to the virtue side of the
Yeah.
meter, and like, don't overthink this. But it's just some people are like, what could this mean? Nope. And that's really what got it off the rails. There is they were overthinking what was really supposed to be simple. I gave a subtle one because the one my first time I only ended up doing two. The spectrum was smooth and rough, and mine was kind of in the middle, leaning toward um, uh, smooth a bit. So I decided to give one that kind of communicated both, and I said sidewalk, um, because there's elements of roughness, but also smoothness when you think
I
about
was
it. Right?
thinking of concrete too when you said that.
There you go. See, and they got kind of close to it. They didn't get it on where I needed it to be, but they did pick up what I was doing. Right, that is a clue. And again, I just gave a one word clue. One was subtle. One was dead obvious. Like, like you could tattoo it on your chest and rip your shirt open, and there it is. And um, uh, yeah, it was just interesting how that happened. So her response was better than what the girl Kayla did. That was the girl who got.
Is that the pronoun?
No, that was the
Pronoun girl?
the girl, pronoun girl never returned. So if you ever
Oh.
hear me say it again, just remember she never
Well,
returned.
Kayla was the one about not voting?
Yeah,
Oh.
and here's the thing: I actually like her for the most part because um maybe it's because she's closer to my age, and we have more of a millennials are more of a board game generation. Like we grew up when a lot of
We did?
um I'm not saying you didn't have checkers, Jeff, okay? But I'm
We had all
saying
kind
that
of shit. We had Life. Sorry, I'm talking about family board games, not counting the nerd
that's
crew
what I'm
that
talking
I
about. So like this the
like.
genre.
Most of the board games they were invented by Gen Xers anyway.
Yeah, there was like this Cambrian explosion of board games that they were invented by Gen Xers, but then who was playing them? Millennial kids. And so
I'm just
we
like
have
we were playing board games too. They just
okay.
weren't the nerd ones that you play now.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
we
so
were. Cosmic Encounter came out in 1973 and in 77.
yeah, but it's like the '90s and the aughts that a lot of these really sophisticated or creative board games came out. Right, a lot of board games before that were much simpler. Like Life, the concept of Life is a simple game, right? Um, it's got more pieces or visuals on it than chess or checkers, but it's a very simple, straightforward game. So when we want to play those games and she's there, it's easy to do that with her. The librarian's also close to our age. She's like maybe a couple years younger than we are. Um, and so it makes it easier to try some more interesting games because like the older folks will be like, this does what? It's just it's tough teaching them sometimes. So sometimes you need slower paced games for them. And although I would say especially at this one too, they're usually pretty good sports at faster paced games. And yeah, so but what's interesting too is that the only um, library where there have been these little tiffs has been this one, even though as far as the function of it, like the choice of games, how well the players can play the games and such, and then of course the refreshments, the actual essence of what the game day is supposed to be is the best, but they've had these tiffs. Kitty, I like Monopoly too.
I
I
like
liked it.
Cosmic Monopoly.
I liked it as a kid. I hated it as I got to be like a young adult, and then I um, came to like it again much
Hank,
more
do you have a
recently.
favorite game?
I haven't played board games in so long. I do not have a favorite anymore.
Oh,
But I have a couple that I haven't played yet, so I guess yeah. So it could be this one because of how
wait,
it
let me
looks,
see.
but I didn't play
Oh,
it
I
yet.
remember Illuminati.
Yes, yeah. So
They
this
had
is
a
my
role
favorite
playing
game.
version too.
Yeah, so I have a version. So this is my favorite one, but I haven't played it yet. But just from the visuals and the lore, this is my favorite one.
These
I
GURPS.
also have Exploding Kittens, but I didn't play this one yet either. I probably gonna make a video
What
when
is
I
that
get
one? Let me
it.
see. Oh yeah, that was yeah. Wasn't that done by the guy that did the oatmeal?
Yes.
Yeah, I played that one actually. This Exploding Kittens. Used to hide money under the board. Oh, so you cheated, or is it cheating? Are you required to make all your money visible?
There's so many house rules with Monopoly.
In fact, most people don't play with the full rule set, which is the landlord's game. So
Uh
people,
oh, I think Kitty's gonna run a. I think we triggered the kitty just like that lady.
good.
Well, one of
Not
the
good.
problems with Monopoly is the house rule. The most common one is free parking. If you land on that, you get the money from all the taxes and stuff
That's how
that
we
goes up.
always played until I found out it wasn't a real rule as an adult.
Yeah, and actually, it's a terrible rule. It's one of the things that makes Monopoly so god awful because um, most games are designed now so that there's a very clear and executable win condition, which is you've got to do something. If you achieve this, you win. Whereas Monopoly it's really a game of survival. It's be the last one standing. It's don't get eliminated. And
It's
we can't, really make that happen, right? That's why I think it's a good game for investing because that's what investing is. It's about not getting eliminated. It's about surviving. And um but you put free parking in there, basically giving people bailout money. You're just extending the game. There are very few situations in which it's actually going to speed up the end of the game, right? It
I
might
mean, it
help.
already lasts long enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, some of
Even
why
with
it lasts so long is because of that. Because as soon as people are about to go broke, they get like an extra $400 or $500 from free parking, and then they're in it longer.
yeah. I looked into doing investing simulations and like a securities market. it's just the best simulation is just done with Brownian motion. It's pretty just random at all parts of the structure. So
Whew,
Bless you, my
it's just
child.
thank you.
that's what I read.
Yeah. Another thing too is I think with a game like Monopoly, if somebody is starting to get eliminated, I've noticed that people will give them some kind of like handout. They'll be like, "Oh, I feel bad here. Let me help you out, or let me give you a trade that works for you. I feel so bad you haven't got anything." And it's like that just makes the game take fucking forever. It's just, you know, it's a game. People play knowing they could lose. Like, what's the difference between they lose now and they lose in an hour or 2 hours? I mean,
It takes another hour. You need to make the game
yeah,
end sooner. Yeah, change the rule.
yeah,
We need a rule set that makes it end sooner.
yeah. One thing that happened that was annoying is I was playing. This happened a long time ago. This was like probably
Ooh,
8, 9 years ago now. I was playing uh, the House on Haunted Hill with some friends, and the way it works, like one of the players is evil, but you don't find out until like a certain point in the game, and then the good players have to get out, and then they're safe. And so my best friend was playing it. Turns out he was the evil one. The other two, they're like, "Hey, Joe, let's do this." Because I had just gotten out safely, but I still had some movement left. They're like, "Joe, can you come back in to do this, and then that'll help us get out too?" I'm already safe, right? And so I do that, but sure enough, my best friend seizes on it and he kills me. Now I'm out of the
that's
game. I didn't get to
hilarious.
win, right? Then one of them gave him a recommendation for how he could play the game better, and he used that, and it drew the game out another hour, and I just had to sit there with nothing to do for a fucking hour. Now that I didn't like. Here, come and help us. Uba got you killed. Let us prolong the game so you can't even play now. It was I cannot believe they told him how to do that. But
Is
yeah,
that betrayal at House on the Hill?
yeah, it was. And the thing is, they weren't even betraying me. They were just not thinking about like what was the natural like uh the optics of that, I guess. But um yeah, otherwise it's a good game. But man, they certainly left a bad taste in my mouth with that. Um, so yeah, it's interesting though with um one thing I will say that's different about the lady today and the last two people is she didn't seem to think that other people should feel the way she feels. But a big part of what happened with the pronoun thing and the not voting thing was those people think that I should feel a certain way, even if that's not how I feel, and then they don't actually care about how I feel. And I can't necessarily say that the woman today, um, and I say the woman today, she's been there like every time as well. I can't say for a fact that she cares about how I feel, but she did not seem to think that she should make other people feel a certain way, right? Or that they should feel a certain way.
You
She's like,
think you think her age has anything to do with it?
yeah, I think it's
That
probably more
it's
of
a
a Gen X thing.
generational thing?
She's like, I don't like this. I can't handle it right now. I'm going to leave. And she just told us that. She didn't storm out. She was just like, she's like, I'm
She's
not
not
having,
from the whiny crybaby generation.
no, I
Where
mean, like, clearly she hit her limit, right? So clearly her skin wasn't thick enough that she kept her
but
composure. But
she owned it and took accountability for it.
yes, exactly. That was the key difference
And
right
she
there.
didn't try to collectivize her
Right.
negative emotions like the newer generation seems to do. Like
Exactly. Like,
if they're having a distressful emotion, it's a group issue. It's a group problem.
mhm. Yeah. And it's a thing I've noticed. Jeff, you might remember a long time ago, I talked about um how people have a tendency to give bad advice. And I
Well,
noticed certain things.
hang on. How do you know the advice is bad unless
Oh, because we usually have experience trying it before.
Well, so
like you
I
don't know the advice is bad until you give it and they take it.
so
Unless
the
I already heard
here's
it
why the
before and
advice
I
is
already
bad.
tried it before, then I
Here's
know
how the
I'm
advice is bad.
experienced.
I'm not even done, and you're just like already immediately skeptical. I need some
I
time,
didn't
Jeff.
say I was skeptical. I'm trying to understand
I'm
how
still going.
advice
I'm
is
still going.
Because
right?
you have this tendency to think some things are bad advice because you don't
Okay,
personally like them, but they're not necessarily universally bad for everybody.
Yes,
okay, but
that's Joe's
So
point
that's what I'm
because
trying to head
that's
off.
my point. So advice is bad because people often give very general advice, but not just general, but based on what they feel and what they want and what they like. And they don't do it based on what you feel or what you want or what you like. And if you tell them, even if you tell them, well, this is what I want, they'll just try to argue with you about it. Well, why should that matter? Stuff like that. And I just think, it's just like the point of advice is to help a person achieve their goal. It's not to say your goal sucks, fuck your goal, and fuck you. Here's my advice. It's hey, I have this goal I want to achieve. What is your advice? Right? If your advice necessarily leads you to say, well, why should that matter? You clearly didn't care about the advice. You think their goal sucks. You don't want to
exactly.
give them advice. It's I fuck you and
You
fuck
don't
your
have to
goal.
listen. Like it's
No,
just
but
not giving
here's the thing.
it's an opinion. All that's all it is they're giving their
But what I
opinion
am
on it. It
saying,
doesn't
Jeff,
even matter if it's your goal or if it's coming from their personal experience. The intention behind it, I think, is a nice thing they're trying to do.
No, no,
no,
not necessarily.
not necessarily.
That's
I
why. That's
disagree.
why that's why I usually mirror it back and give them a
If I
suggestion
did that to
that's
them,
just as
they would be
bad.
pissed.
It
They would not
provides
These
something
participate.
y'all
just
are
as
both two
this.
people that can't get laid, and everybody that tries to sympathize and be helpful triggers some kind of negative response in both of you. I've
Yeah,
seen it happen.
yeah.
This is what this is
Here's
about.
the problem.
This is
I do
erotic
everything.
frustration and
I,
sexual repression.
Here's the
Yes,
thing.
it
I don't
is.
ask for
But here's the
advice.
problem. The
That's the
problem
thing.
is, yeah, the problem is I can do everything you told me, and then they'll just, oh, he'll just do everything you told me, and they'll take advantage of me, and I still won't get laid. That's the problem.
All I told you to do is do a profile picture without your shirt and your shades on, just your shades with no hat and no shirt. That's all I told you. That's very low risk. The most that will happen is you will get no responses like you're already getting.
And Jeff, I've had it with things unrelated to dating. Like people have tried to give me advice on like careers and jobs and stuff, and I'm like,
Are you
that's not a
going to people that you expect to know? But like,
no, no. Sometimes
so
people will just say it.
I take advice for what it is. I don't like automatically believe the person knows what they're talking about or has the answer.
Yeah, but that's the
I
thing that
just
I
thank them
noticed.
for their opinion. I file it away. I evaluate it. I assess it. If I might try it out, I might not. But I don't make a big deal about it.
But I'm saying that this is a thing that I noticed. I'm not necessarily making a big deal about it, right? But it's just a
Well,
thing that I
sometimes you
noticed.
do. It frustrates you. It seems.
So when it's a regularly thing when people are trying to give me advice and I have to say, "Hey, I never asked for your advice. Let's stop talking about this." Then yeah, I'm going to look kind of fussy. But um,
But
I'm
do
just thinking.
people have the right to give their opinion on things even if you don't ask for it?
I mean, technically, I guess in the United States they do, right? People could tell me, go kill yourself, Joe, and they have the right to say that.
Like if you're bringing
Not
up a
quite.
topic and somebody has an opinion or a suggestion or something you perceive as advice, it seems tyrannical to try to control what they say about that topic
It seems.
because you don't personally want to hear certain
Well,
things.
here's the thing: the nature of their advice often sounds tyrannical because often the advice is sort of coming
How is
from a
it
place of,
tyrannical if you don't have to listen to it? No, none,
I'm
advice is
literally
not
saying,
forcing you
I'm
to.
literally saying the why, and then you ask, just let me say the why. I'm like in the midst of saying it. The why is because it's coming from a place of what they think you should do. They're
You didn't
trying to
finish.
basically
You didn't hear the rest of my question though. Go ahead
okay.
though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're trying to tell you what you should do. And they're doing what they think is right
They're
and what
not
they
trying
want.
to tell you what you should do. They're giving advice is a suggestion. It's an opinion. You don't have to listen to any of it. So how is it tyranny when you're not obligated? There's no control mechanism on it at all.
Oh, how is it tyranny if I say people give bad advice and I don't want to talk about it? Right?
That
It's
part's not tyranny, but
oh,
trying to dictate the terms of how what people can say on a specific topic because you don't
when have
want
I
to
done
hear
that?
advice from them
When
is
have
where
I
the
done that?
tyranny comes in.
When have
Because you
I done
try to
that?
micromanage the conversation instead of just
When?
letting people share and filtering out the things that you don't find useful. They still get to speak. You don't have to internalize anything that you don't like about what they're saying, and then everybody gets their needs met.
Yeah,
When did
I
I do
actually agree
that?
with
When
Jeff
did I
on
do
this
that?
one. I actually
When did
agree
I
with
do
Several
that?
Jeff on.
times.
Yeah,
When? No, tell me one time I did that.
Well, it's in the Discord. There's several times in the Discord.
Okay. in all of
Yeah,
those cases, I did not ask for advice, and I told folks,
It
"Hey,
doesn't matter.
I don't want your
You
advice."
people are allowed to give unsolicited advice. If you bring up a topic and they have an opinion on it, they're allowed to speak it, whether
And
you
I'm allowed
asked
to
it or
tell
not.
them, and I'm allowed to tell them, I don't want your advice. Your advice isn't helpful. Don't give it to me,
Right,
right?
but
yeah,
they're allowed to ignore it.
yeah. So what I do instead is I go Socratic method to see if they actually have a clue what they're talking about. So give them, I ask like a basic question in relation to in the same neighborhood, and if they have no clue, that means they're talking out their ass the whole time. So that's what I like to do, and sometimes people interpret it as roasting them, but talk about something they have no idea, had
Well,
no idea about.
then don't bring up the topic. If you don't, you want to bring up a topic, but you want to control the responses to that topic, and you want to disallow some responses instead of having free and open conversation.
Yeah, the only response I usually disallow is terroristic threats, and I don't even disallow them consistently.
Because if you don't want advice, just don't take it. Don't try
The
to
thing
keep
is,
someone from speaking. Just don't
it's
try to censor speech. Just don't take the advice.
I want to have like a good conversation with folks, but if it's just a thing where it's there's just always going to keep giving advice, I know it's going to sit there like staring at my watch if I had one. Like, are you done?
Oh,
Like,
I gotta
at
watch.
some point, it's just like, hey,
Why
if
are
we're going
you
to be,
so? You can't sit there and listen to advice and ignore it and let them get their opinion out.
I need to let folks know that like I don't want them to think like, hey, this is something I'm looking forward to, or this is like when I bring something up, I'm if I want your advice, I'll ask for it. But otherwise, it's just I feel like you're just saying things to fill the air, and it wasn't even advice I was asking for.
Yeah,
Like, and it's just sort of like I'll just be talking about something like we could talk about dating, and maybe it's an interesting topic, but it's to me it's just an interesting topic, right? It's not something where let me save you, Joe. You need advice. I'm like, what? Like I wasn't even complaining.
I've
Um,
never seen anyone say, "Let me save you, Joe. You need
I feel
advice."
like that's
It's
that's sort of like
usually
where
you
the
bring up a
idea is.
topic, people have an idea about the topic that they share.
yeah. You ever been on the other side of the safety thing? Like if you're a Jack
I
Telcon,
mean,
you have
I've
want.
been on plenty of on the receiving end of plenty of advice. Like I said, I filter out the stuff I don't find useful, but I take it with grace. I don't think the person's trying to do anything negative or harmful to me. They're probably trying to help. At the worst, they're just sharing their opinion on whatever the topic is
Well,
that
well,
prompted the
a
advice.
lot of people are so sloppy. Their advice will harm you. So that's why I go ahead and get them to clarify, establish the basis, establish the rationality, just to verify the advice is worth even saving. So that's why I go ahead and cross examine if I do get advice.
I think the fact that I know that I'm not obligated to take any advice that I don't want to and act on the advice keeps me from like getting too pressed about it. It's just it's speech. Somebody is sharing their speech. They're passing on opinion, information, whatever. I can do with it what I will. There's no obligation on my part. It doesn't hurt to let someone talk. You know me, I like to hear people talk. Just get your stuff out. If it helps them to say it, it doesn't cost me anything to receive it. I don't have to listen to any of it. I don't have to act on any of it. People give advice all the time, all day long. Salespeople give advice, and when you're shopping and you're buying a product, they'll be like, "Oh, have you tried this? Oh, if you have you tried this that goes well with it?" Like all the time. I guess I can't relate to the psychology of I didn't give you permission to speak, therefore I don't want to hear what you're saying
That's
unless I
that's not it. That's
specifically
not it.
tell you that I want to hear it.
That's not I. So like one of the things that happened recently was like, oh,
Yeah,
Joe,
but
I'm gonna
Kitty,
really
that's
talk
censorship. Go
talk
ahead,
with
Joe.
talk with the chat, right? If you want me to engage productively, like Joe, talk with the chat while I'm here, and they're giving me something that I don't think opens itself to productive engagement. Like I have to at least let them know, right? Hey,
No, you
Yeah, but you're
don't.
just one
I
person.
don't want
Like you
They're
can't
advice.
not.
speak for
The,
everybody in the chat. Other
the
people
chat's
may find productive engagement in what someone's saying.
Yeah,
but
the chat's not that
they're
important.
sometimes saying it to me, right? So if it's something where they're saying it to me, Joe,
They may
talk
be
to the chat.
directing it to you, but the audience is not just you.
Yes. So Joe, you don't want to take the chat that seriously. Sometimes when Jeff has to go on and he said you can talk to the chat, I just say, you know what, it's quiet time. You talk to yourself. I don't care. So if you don't care about their opinion, then just don't. Just ignore. Just let them. You can even let them know. Hey, peanut gallery, I don't care, and just ignore them. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal.
So I did tell them that. I told them I don't want your advice, right? And it got pushback like, what? We want to give you advice, or no, it's not advice, but also it was good advice. It just when I get that kind of reaction, it makes me think: are these people, are they trying to talk with me, or are they trying to talk at me? And it's perplexing, right? It's perplexing to see that, because I don't talk to people like that. People say, hey, I don't want to talk about this. I'll be like, okay, I've got nothing to say if you don't want to talk about it. What could I
If I
possibly
want to
say?
talk, I talk about. I decide what I want to talk about, not the other person. If I want to talk about something and they don't want to hear it, they could leave. I'm not going to stop talking about something just because somebody else doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, it's a two-stage solution. I'll
And this,
do my
the
thing over
shut the
here,
fuck
and you'll
up
be
is the
crazy over there.
censorship part.
Yeah, I won't require them to shut the fuck up,
Like
but
other people deciding that somebody should not talk to me is censor. That's
I
the
let.
definition of censorship.
Well,
Free
yeah,
speech is letting people talk. Trying to prevent people from talking is censoring speech.
yeah. But some people use their speech to censor other people's speech, and I call that mod spooking.
Well, then just filter those people out.
Oh,
Don't
I
hang
am.
around them.
I am.
If you don't like the way someone's using their speech, you have the option to avoid that person. You don't have to
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
listen to them.
Yes, I am, but I also do it in a way that doesn't make them think, "Oh, I'm scary. I could just kick people around." I don't. So I'll be firm about my position. I'm not gonna run away. That's what I learned from Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. So
Diogenes, I don't even know what gender is. There's two sexes, two biological sexes. Gender, I think, is psychological or but even then, I think
it,
there's masculinity and femininity,
I know how
or
many
some
genders.
combination of the two.
Yes, there's countably infinite number of genders. Counterably infinite.
Speech doesn't have to be solicited. That's what's free about it. People can say whatever they want. They don't have to wait for you to solicit it from them.
So, Kitty, are you talking about what you think should be the standard for free speech, or are you think just saying like what's a reasonable standard if you want to expect to have a productive or good conversation with another person?
They were talking about advice. If if someone gives them advice and they tell the person, "I don't want to hear your advice. I'm not interested in it. Please stop talking. Please stop telling it to me." And fatty, that sounds even less civilized than censorship. Oh, see what you. Yeah, here's another. Yeah, this is another reason not to show people your buttons.
Not to show people my buttons.
That's right. Don't show them one of these. That's like that.
So let me get this straight. After months of Joe, you need to be more emotive. Okay, my eye twitches a bit, and it's Joe, don't show your buttons. What's with that?
Oh, what you should do is say, "Oh yeah, I'll be more motive,
Do
but
you
please
realize,
donate."
Jeff?
Yes, they say
You're
please
kind of
donate.
confirming my thesis in real time
No,
now.
because your
Yes.
buttons is not necessarily your emotions. I'm just saying now that people know you don't like advice, they have a button they can push.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm just saying it's indiscernible from what you said. How would they know my buttons? Through my emotional expression, right?
Oh, I can
And
read your
and you're
expression.
always and you're saying, oh, you
That's
should be.
different from a command. A command is different than advice. When you say calm down, that's not advice. That's telling me what to do.
Yeah, I mean, they tell you what to
And
do.
what do I
You do
do
what
back?
Pelosi
I
say
tell
does
people
and
not to
say,
tell me what to do.
yeah, no, what you should do is ask them for money. Then you may consider doing what they ask.
What's the
That's
difference
what.
between telling someone
Give me money.
what that not to tell them what to do and me saying I don't want your advice?
It's no difference.
That's exactly the same thing, except if anything, mine is softer.
Were you micromanaged as a child?
I've talked so many times about how Shelby. I understand you may not know. So, but having said that, I have talked so many times about how my mother was a control freak tyrant who um, did not respect the individuality of me, my sister, or my father. Um, and that's why I don't speak to her anymore because did not like living under the tyranny of that household.
Do you think when someone's giving advice, they're trying to control you? Like when people tell me to calm down, do you receive it the same way? Is it equivalent to you, like being
So
told to
I,
calm
I have
down?
noticed that when people give good advice, there are always people who, one, know what I feel, care about what I feel, and they specifically
You
give
don't even
advice.
show. How are we supposed to know your feelings? Your whole thing
They are
is not.
people. They are
You
people
can
who
no,
get
you
to know
can't read
me.
them. I can read them.
Oh, so none of us.
They
No,
are
I can
people.
read them. You can't. I can read them.
You
They
can
are
read
people.
Joe's feelings?
Absolutely.
Yes,
How?
Or I can just listen to what he says.
yeah. So
But
there's
a
that
lot of
too.
people do
These are
neither.
Listening to the words doesn't tell me what the feeling
yeah.
is.
It
Well, it
does.
does for me.
Listening. You can even listen to subtle details and showing that you pay attention indicates that you care. So these are often, with people I've gotten to know for a while. So my boss from Starbucks was somebody that um, um, I consider her my best boss because I knew that she actually cared about how I felt, and and a lot of it was done through action rather than just saying things. And when she did suggest things, it would always be based on how she understood the way I felt and not, oh, you should feel this way, or not, why should that matter, or what I personally like to do, it must be the right way. It was always framed with that, and she approached that with everybody, and it has stood out to me how rare it is to find someone like her who does that. Like most people don't do that. They give advice that a makes them feel comfortable. It reinforces what makes them feel comfortable. B it makes them look good or something. Um, or it looks like they're smart or seeming to care.
That's your
Um,
impression of it.
I mean,
Yeah, it is his impression. I also share the
Just
it
same
is
don't
my
hang
impression.
around those
impression.
people then, I
Well,
guess.
I tend
Well,
not to do
I
that.
can't really get them out here because I had to deport like a couple of 100 million people. So
Right, and so um, uh, in her case, so it's her advice she gives is based on what I want. And when I was talking to my older sister, she said like she felt like she told me one time, I didn't know she felt this way about me until a couple years ago when she told me. She said that she really felt like she could completely trust me to talk about anything because I never judge her. And when I give her advice, if I have any advice, it's always based on what she wants. And even if what she wants might seem completely stupid to me or not make sense to me, my advice will always be based on what she wants, what her goal is, and what logically helps her connect for her personal A to B, not what I think A and B should be, but what she wants for her life. And I've noticed that almost no advice you get from anyone doesn't have to be dating. It could be other things, and it has been other things. This is how I noticed it's a very human thing, is that it's based on what that person wants to tell you and what they want to be, and not based on your goals necessarily. And this is why the advice is bad, because if it doesn't help you achieve your goals, what's the point of the
Yeah,
advice?
but the
We're not.
person doesn't know that ahead of time. They can't read your mind, and they're
No, they
giving you
can't read your
information
mind.
about themselves. If that's the
But
yeah, no,
here's the
case,
thing:
they're
if they
giving
don't
you
know that,
data
why would
about
they say it?
themselves. It's
Why
still
oh,
would they say
useful.
so
that?
so the purpose of the advice is mind control. It's changing your behavior. That's the purpose of the advice. Hopefully, they're going to install a
That
script on
that's
your
what I'm
Most
router
saying.
to
people I
change your
know that give
behavior.
advice are not trying to. They don't expect you to like. They're not trying to change your behavior. They're trying to be helpful. People tell me advice all the time about how to run the channel. All the
Yes,
time. I hear
but
all hundreds of different pieces of random advice about the channel.
yeah. So which one of those people have their own channels which they run at all? If they don't host, I
Well,
don't
so,
really
so,
give a crap
some
what
of
their
that
opinion.
advice.
I think they're trying to be helpful. I don't think they're telling it to me for any sinister, nefarious purpose. I think they're
Jeff,
just sharing their ideas and their opinions. And if I don't find it useful, I'm learning something about that person in the
Jeff, I think
process.
some of their advice is also requests. Like they would like the channel to be a certain way. Um, because I've definitely seen people say they want you to spice things up on the channel more. And sometimes, I mean, just the way they express it, it's not clear if it's advice or a request. Maybe it's both at
Yeah,
once.
but my point is, whatever it is, I continue to do what I want, and I just take it in stride. Like I don't know, I don't have the same reaction to it that you and Hank do. I
Yeah,
don't feel
because the
like they're
personality
controlling me
types
or
are
trying to
kind of
tell me what
different.
to do.
You're
There are
perceived
people that try to tell me
you're
who to
perceiving
have
with
on panel
judges.
at any given time.
Yes,
Well, you know,
you're perceiving with judges. That's why it's a difference.
my concern isn't even so much that it's like being controlled or they're trying to do that. Although I do think that can maybe be part of it, depending on the individual, like why they're giving unsolicited advice. But um, I think it's more that it's why so much of advice is bad, and it's sort of like a thing where I just noticed, like, okay, this person kind of just gave reactive advice. They're not asking questions. They're not very curious. How am I gonna, get on track to have a productive conversation again? After a while, you start to notice that there are usually clues of these things that come out of it, and and that's why I just come out and tell people, hey, I don't want your advice because I just know it's not going to be very helpful.
Oh,
What?
Laura Chick, hello, and thank you very much. Let me check out the sticker.
Like in the case of legal advice, even right? When I would prepare clients, I would always make sure that when we were preparing their cases, we got as much information as we could get so that the attorney could give the advice. Now, some of it's automated, some of it's, they,
Well, but that's a specific type of advice that you pay for,
I mean,
and financial advice, stuff like that. I'm kind of not talking about that advice. I'm just talking about somebody. I think most advice is a form of generosity. It's in the spirit of trying to be helpful, and I don't see any reason to shit over all that.
yeah, I guess I'm just skeptical of that.
And they'd have to be able to read your mind to know the advice is bad before they give it.
Well, I don't think they have to. I think a lot of it can be just done to people, even if they don't ask questions in the moment, get to know you better and sort of know what you're about, and they have more of a finger on. Because to me, like I realize I don't necessarily know people that well, and um, there's a lot of things. I'm telling you, there's been plenty of times on panel or I have thought maybe something was a bad idea, or I'm like, oh, maybe this person could do this, but I just don't say it because I don't feel like I know that person's situation well enough to say it. And if I do give advice, I want to make sure it counts. I want there to be some value to the advice I give. Um, and so like I think one time I gave advice that was actually used was basically you ended up doing it as the drama court, right? They're basically saying like you should monetize the drama.
Yeah,
And I did that based on what I understood your goals as expressed at the time to be. I wouldn't have given it if you hadn't said that. I might
that
have
was a
not
good
liked
suggestion.
that. And that it's because I knew what your goals were. I didn't guess. I didn't mind read. I didn't say, I don't like channels that have drama on them. Drama channels are bad. Let me give some self-serving advice to Jeff. I think a lot of people have a tendency to do that, even if they're not consciously doing it. That's sort of
How do
their
you know
visceral
what's in
reaction.
somebody's unconscious? Like that's.
Oh,
I mean,
I,
use some
I, I
diagnostics.
think advice is way more innocent than y'all are making
Yeah,
it out to be,
use some
and I take it
diagnostics
in
to
that
see where it is.
spirit.
Yeah, use some diagnostics to see what the scope of the segment is in their memory. So if they forgot about what they just said, then they probably weren't conscious.
yeah. But also, I'm going to point out, you said like with the legal advice thing, well, you pay for that. But why is it good enough to pay for it? Because they do it right. You understand a person's
Right?
situation.
Are you bringing that level of standard to a friend or a stranger just giving their random opinion on something? You're expecting the same standard that you would get with legal
So
advice?
let's go.
That's
Let's
maybe
go.
you have unrealistic expectations of advice.
Jeff. Let's pay attention to what I said at the beginning. I said a lot of people give bad advice. All right. So I'm simply saying it's bad advice. I
Bad,
wouldn't
but
pay
in
for
your
that.
opinion, they don't
I
may
wouldn't
not
pay
Yes,
think it's
for it.
bad when
that's
they're
what
giving
what
it.
counts. It's his opinion, my opinion. That's why it
Yeah.
counts.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, and because I certainly can't do anything for it, and if I had paid for it, I would have felt like I'd have gotten gypped. So, yeah, bad advice. And we can say, oh well, you can just ignore it, or
Yeah,
if I give advice that's bad, I wouldn't think, oh, you can just ignore me. I would think, how can I become a person that gives good advice? Right? That's what I would do. Um, right? But those are like basically the
But
two
it
reactions
is
you have in.
relative to the person being given to. According to you, in order to give good advice, they have to know. They have to know you on a very deep level to even give the advice. So no people may not meet that standard. So advice is always going to be likely to be bad advice because people are not meeting this very rigorous standard that you are setting to
It's
qualify
not
as good
rigorous to
advice.
just try and know the basics of what I actually want, and give advice
I don't
accordingly.
think they have to
People,
do that.
I mean,
well, I think they
they
do.
could not realistically give me
Well, I
advice that helps me
disagree.
achieve my
If y'all are
goal.
talking about dating and somebody says, "Hey, have you tried this app?" I don't think they have to know you on any deep level to offer that.
That's fine. But I'm
And
saying,
you
but
can say,
again,
"No,
so
I'm not interested." Oh, no,
But
yeah,
yeah, I've tried it,
Hank,
or no, I'm not
Hank
interested in
was
apps.
saying,
Simple. Y'all are way overcomplicating advice.
but
Hey,
Hank
no,
was
no.
Hilaire.
saying,
Here's the
Hank was
thing. Sometimes it's just a waste of time to hear it over and over again. Which is why
yes.
I
Yeah,
block my
but
ads.
each
This is why I block
individual
my ads. I
person
block
doesn't
stuff
know who else
because
you're
I don't
hearing it
want to
from, and they're not
overprocess
responsible
garbage.
for how
That's a
many
waste of
other
my
times
time.
people have said it. Don't punish them for
No,
that.
I will
Well,
punish them.
their individual
Absolutely, will punish
circumstances
them. I
are
want more
important,
of it, so I
but
will punish
ours
them.
are, oh, we just can forget about it.
No, it's a waste of my processing power, so I will and totally punish them because I don't want them to send it at me again. That's why I
Well,
block
then
my
just
ads.
don't hang around. If your processing power is that vulnerable and fragile, just don't hang around those people. And be more discerning in who is is least likely to tax your processing power. And
For me,
and
it's
don't
not so much the
expose
processing.
yourself to all the horrible people out there
Yes, I should
draining
run
your
away.
processing
I
power.
should just try to run and hide. Of course, of course.
Yeah, for me, Jeff, it's not a processing power issue so much as like, you know, um, am I having a productive conversation or not, right? And if it's not, I basically make it clear, hey, I don't want the advice, and that's really what it is. It's just, I want to make sure that if I'm talking with someone, we're both getting something out of it, right? Um, and especially if I'm up on panel and I'm, doing the
But
the show with you.
you can't guarantee what someone else is getting out of it. You can only do your part of it.
No, I can't
Because
guarantee
each
things.
person listening to you is going to get what they get out of it. It's going to be different for each person. So there's no way to ensure that every person that listens to you talk on a panel is going to get what you're hoping they get out of it.
No, I understand that much, but I think I was using that as a general example, right? Like I was talking before about like how people just have a tendency to give bad advice. That was like one
It's only
example.
bad according to you. People have a tendency to give advice that you interpret as bad because it doesn't meet your needs or fit like reach your standard for
So whose
advice.
standard
But
does
that
that
doesn't mean
whose
that it's
standard does that
bad
mean
on
to be
their end when
bad?
they're delivering it.
Well, it's bad on their end.
If it doesn't help me, it's
Good on
bad
their end,
advice.
bad
If
on
it
my end.
can't
It's
help
bad
me, it
advice
is
because
bad
it doesn't work for
advice.
me.
Well, then
Why is that so
you're
hard to
just way
understand?
more fussy about advice than most people.
If I gave advice and I knew it could not do a single thing to help that person, even if they used it or tried to follow it, then it
Well,
would be
why
bad
would you give
advice.
them that advice? That's what I'm saying. When
Because they
people
don't
give
give it.
advice,
Thank
most
you.
people are giving it with the intention of being helpful. If they know the advice is not going to help you, they're not likely to give it in the first place.
But
The
they'll give
whole
it anyway.
reason they're
Some of them give
giving
it
it is
anyways.
because they think that it's going to be helpful.
Acknowledge that some people will give it anyways, even if they don't think it will help, because they
I,
just
I
want to feel
don't
good
I
about
don't
themselves.
that's not been my experience. Those people are not the norm.
Okay, well, it's been Joe's experience. It's been my experience.
Okay, we have somebody in the back called Sy S-Y.
I don't
Yeah.
Anybody
know
know
them.
Sy?
Lou, maybe it's a bit heated compared to what normally happens when I'm on panel with Jeff. I think it comes down to Jeff wants people to be able to talk, and have like he has sort of like his whole open, be your authentic self tone for the panel, and I think he sees people giving unsolicited advice as part of that. And me, especially coming from my more stoic view of things, it's very much a philosophy of action. Make your actions align with what your values
Yeah,
are
but
as much
not
as
everyone's
possible.
going to live by your stoic
And
philosophy.
so for me, I
No
basically
one
say,
asked.
if I want to have a productive conversation, I'm going to tell someone, hey, I don't think this is productive. I'm not interested in this advice. Um, and then, of course, I think where Jeff is saying is like, because it's been a recurring topic about free speech and censorship. What's the line between like what is censorship and then someone simply establishing a boundary for, how they want to proceed in that moment, right? Like
Yeah,
today, I don't want to talk about this, or this is a topic I don't like. Can we talk about something
Then
else?
you
You
just
know?
leave the panel. That's the way to set the boundary, is to remove yourself from the stimulus that is unpleasant to you, not to try to control everybody else's engagement with it. And hang on, I want to figure out this person in the back. First of all, you have to flash your camera. Second of all, if you have a channel, drop it in the back so I
oh,
can vet you a little bit.
also, if you run your own panel, you
You're
can just
new
remove
here,
them.
so not sure who you are. Okay, I see your face.
I hope it's
Do you
not
have a
that groupie
channel?
page.
And or just type what you want to
Excuse me.
come up and talk about, and then I'll bring you on. Um, okay. Anyway, proceed.
But yeah, if you run your own panel, you can just remove
Yeah.
the
Sai, do
stimulus.
you have a YouTube channel? Just drop your link in the back.
But yeah, free speech doesn't even exist. It's a myth.
Well, it
It,
exists here.
it's
I'm
it's
put it this way. I'm gonna let people say what they want to say, and if Joe doesn't want to hear it, Joe can be the one to remove himself.
yeah,
But
it's a
I'm not
myth.
gonna let him Karen and micromanage other people's conversations just because he doesn't want to. He doesn't like what they're saying. All right. I'm gonna bring this Sai guy on. Let me get my overlay. All right, Sai, what's up?
Am I live?
Yeah, you're live.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't, I'm not really sure what you're doing. I just done a YouTube search who was live, thought I'd jump in. It looked interesting. So,
Oh,
no, I got
okay.
no,
You're just flying around the panelverse.
no, I'm just a British guy and I was quite interested. So it sounded quite cool. But I'll sit in the background. That's fine. And
No, you're
yeah, yeah.
fine. I just want to see who you are and what you're about. So,
You
um,
put that on, but it's not very good. It's on my phone.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, the old man. Maybe it'd be an old man perspective.
All right.
Was
Well, welcome. And
better.
it looks like we
Thank
lost
you.
Joe. We were talking about advice, people who give advice, and how some people don't like advice, and they try to keep the other person from sharing the advice if it's not what they want to hear, if they don't think it's going to be helpful. And my
Sometimes,
position is there's people have the right to say it. There's no harm in saying it. The other person can just not take it.
Yeah, so
yes.
well, I would like to have a middle ground position. I go ahead and into the platonic but dialogue mode and see if their advice, if they can validate it or have any evidence supporting it. So I guess I have a middle ground position. So
I mean,
yeah,
I see it
what?
the same as any other speech. It's just it's data, it's information. People are allowed to output it, and then you can receive it and do with it what you will.
Yeah, so I filter speech coming in because I kind of don't want to poison my mind with garbage.
Well, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, but when do you decide that what you're listening to is garbage? That's the thing with advice. When do you decide that the advice is, oh, that's
Oh,
talking garbage now, or they're talking sense? It's
yes.
quite a.
So lack of sources, contra- um, logical fallacies, contradictions. That's when I pretty much put it on the double check table, and if I get like 3 errors, it's garbage.
Have you had bad advice? Just out of like a question like that, we've all had bad advice, but sometimes you can get bad advice that causes a lot of problems in your life. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, like you can't win the lottery unless you play. That's technically correct, but should you play? Should you probably could? spend your money better elsewhere.
Yeah, but you look quite a chill fella. Look quite cool with your life, and you probably had plenty of bad advice, like us. You get the older you get, the more bad advice you hear. We all got a story about bad advice. What we want to say is, has any of us had any good advice?
But you don't ever know if it's good or bad until because
Yeah,
it's going to be particular to that person. So you're giving advice that you think is good, or it worked for you, or it might have been helpful to somebody else, but you don't know how it's going to be for that person you're giving it to until they actually take it and find out. So it's the spirit in which advice is given. And
but
I
that,
tend to take a fairly generous view of that spirit.
but that actually shows like all advice is a waste of time because you could take it as as bad advice, or you could take it as as good advice, and I suppose it's subjective to the situation, but yeah, yeah, advice is a funny thing, isn't it? Like some people you could give advice all day long and it will never get in their head. Other person you can say one word and they listen to it. That's the thing with advice is it's how
Yeah.
you take it. It's not advice in a skill. It's just what you take when someone gives you advice.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's for the person receiving the advice to decide what to do with it. I don't think there's harm in somebody giving it.
I always think when people ask you like, "What's the best bit of advice you ever had?" And I can never answer that, like because you think of so many little tidbits that people have taught you over the years, and not one of them could you could say is the best advice, but sometimes it's like a little chain, isn't it? Like little things meaning to other things, and it's like no, there is no one good bit of advice. It's just lots of advice that I've farmed over the years.
Yeah, like I don't know what advice is going to help you or not. I'm just sharing what I know in the past has been helpful to other people. If it's not helpful to you, no big deal. I mean, then you
Yes,
don't have to take it. But there's no harm in me putting the information out.
yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit late to the party. I've just jumped in. I probably
Take
haven't
care,
heard you,
Joe.
so I've just sort of like I've just picked up on the advice thing, so I apologise for that.
Oh no, this there's not really a topic. Is if there's something else on your mind, we can talk about that. This is just a open chat panel.
Cool, absolutely cool. Bloody hell, I've sent half your people off. Like they've all jumped off.
Oh, see.
Yeah, like I said, I jumped in a bit late to the party, or a bit. I wasn't really sure, so I
Well, I
just
think the
picked up.
party just left. The party
Yeah,
might be over. So
yeah, Jesus Christ. That's me. That is. I've done that. I don't know what that.
we
I
could
didn't
start
upload.
another party. What you said you're in England? It's late over there, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Let me have a look. It's about quarter 9 minutes past one.
1 in the morning?
So
Wow.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Pretty late. Pretty late.
Okay.
But
So
that's fine.
what's your story? What do you do? What's your
I'm retired myself. I'm retired now. I'm 55, be 56 this year.
55?
I'll be 56 in March.
No way.
Um,
Oh.
I'm retired. I was a farmer. Um, I had a logging business. Took over the logging business, and just an old dude, just like yapping to people, and you know, just an old fella, like
Oh,
I'm
well
not an old.
nice.
I like to think
You
I'm a young fella, but I'm not. You got to admit, like,
well, you're a year older than me. If you're 55, you could be 56. We're almost the same age. You
I,
probably have plenty of advice then, or wisdom.
I doubt that, but you try and give it. You think you have got it, but yeah, you don't know. You don't know if there's any truth in it.
Yeah, you
Like,
never know. That's why I don't think there's harm in saying it.
well, I think I think if you're the same age as me, you get older and then you think nobody gives a shit. Yeah, so you think like, oh, I just keep your mouth shut, don't say it. Nobody wants to hear our fucking life experiences. That's the truth. It's just experiences we have. We'd probably reminisce at a cocktail bar and have a fucking drink, and we'd be saying like, "Do you remember when this?" And it is all a bit sad, really. Like the Gen Zs and all that, they can't give two shits about us. To be fair,
Are you Gen X, Generation X? Well, you
well, I was
obviously
born,
are, but
born in 1970, so like, I grew up, but we never had mobile phones till I was in my 20s. Like, we just didn't have them. They never existed. Like, they did in the films, like, people had them in their car, but they didn't exist in my world, like. So, yeah, that's quite strange. But that's it. That's all part of the fun of life, isn't it? Like, I speak to my nephews and I've got my grandkids, don't, but I speak to my kids now. It's like they never had a life without internet wired in. And it's like they think like that's crazy. They think it's like a war crime. That's how they treat it. It's like, how did you not have this? This is terrible. And it's like, fucking thing exists. Like, we just weren't there. But they class it as like a crime against like Jesus, that's bad. And it's like, yeah. Sometimes it makes you wonder if you ever switch the lights off, fucking hell, we'd have a nightmare, wouldn't we?
how would they survive?
I don't know. They probably would, but yeah, I don't know. They spend a lot of time looking at every fucking electrical device, wouldn't they?
So
But yeah,
what kind of farming did you do? Is it did you what did you grow?
I was predominantly agriculture, which is uh, uh, vegetable production. I messed about with lambs, sheep, a few
Oh,
bits and pieces. Not a- I didn't have a massive farm. The trouble is, when you got a smaller farm, you got to try lots of things to make money. We had about 190 acres. Um, but we did all right. But we had about the biggest joke is like this is going to sound so bad with the greenies. We had about 90 acres on top of that of woodland. The most profitable thing was harvesting the wood for fucking firewood, basically. But even that, it works out because I used to find a big oak tree and we'd leave them when we harvested the wood around it. But yeah, basically the crops never made no much money really. It covered its
oh,
face. The sheep, oh my god, that was a nightmare. I wish I never
the
got
sheep
involved
made
in it.
more.
They made more, but I never saw an animal in its life want to kill itself more than the sheep.
Oh no.
It, oh my god.
Was it for mutton or for wool mostly?
No, no, there's no money in wool, but we'd
So
sell it, but
it's for meat.
for the meat, yeah, yeah, for the meat. But they are a terrible animal to farm, which I found out fairly quick. But that's the way it goes. That's, the truth is, you got to try anything. Listen, if someone give you a square acre of land, and you might go there tomorrow and say, "I'm going to grow tomatoes," and then you got to make that square acre of land be productive. And sometimes you can get brainwashed and think, "Oh, I need to just grow that." And you think like, "No, an acre of land, you'd be surprised what different species of vegetables and stuff you could grow on it, and then you can work ecologically. You can have a few chickens and a few. Yeah, I've changed my attitude quite a lot over the last 10 years, probably.
Shelby wants to know what breed of sheep.
They were called a Welsh blackface, but we used to crossbreed them. These were they're oh, it's going to sound terrible. They're classed as a hardy breed, so you didn't have to worry about them too much. believe it or not, you go in it, there's fucking hundreds of beasts, and some of them like, oh, they need to be fucked up. But these, the blackface was, and it's the worst. Like they were a hardier sheep. They were used to the mountain. They like to be turned out on the mountain. They didn't need to graze. Some of the sheep now are genetically engineered. They're no good unless they got a field. Whereas some of the other sheep, they just let them out on the fucking heath, and they will feed themselves and fatten themselves up, and then you bring them in. But
Oh, like lambs to the slaughter.
yeah, that's terrible. Well, obviously, you're a vegetarian.
No, I don't. I don't eat sheep. I do like lamb.
Yeah,
No, I'm
too
not a
expensive.
vegetarian.
Yeah, I didn't mean that to be horrible. I just thought like, oh my god, here I'm walking into a rabbit hole here, and it's like,
No,
what the.
well, I mean you might be, but it won't be over that.
But no, no, and even that's got expensive now. England's in a bad place with farming. Obviously, you don't see the news like the way, but England's government and the people that govern us has got a real problem with English farming. They want Bill Gates to build solar farms. That's the truth, and get rid of the farms, and then we just buy our meat in. And you think it's never a good thing for a country to feed itself when when they need another country to feed them. Does that make any sense? Like you should be able to feed yourself, even with the basics. Like
What what's the solution? Like what can people in Britain do?
I don't think there is a solution. I think the political classes are they're elitists now, and they're not. Their whole life revolves around tweeting tweets and saying this is my government and we are this and we are that, and that's it. But basically they ain't got a clue. But they'll still take the tax revenues, won't they, and spend it where they want to spend it, like any dictatorship.
And so you think they're just going to let the farms
No, they don't want the farm.
de-
So what their argument would be that they can just buy it from Europe cheaper because we think that England thinks, oh, we can have a common
how is
market.
it
Like,
how is that cheaper than
yeah,
growing it in your own country?
you explain that to me. But because of the way Europe operates, they give subsidies. Yeah, this is crazy. You need to. I'm not. I mean, not, you need to look into it, but it's like, yeah, this is crazy. We have um, we have a system here where we got medication being produced by pharmaceutical companies in England, but the deal is because we deal with Europe, they're not allowed to sell them in England. So what they got to do is they've got to send them to another country. Then that other country repacks them, bag them, and it goes through five hands and then comes back to our country at, if it was a pound, now it's £15. And this is the craziness they live in. But that's the politicians that make that. Don't take a rocket scientist to say I can make this pill. I'll make it in my own country and I'll give it to my own people. But start sharing it down the line, go around the big circle, and you'll take a lot of money out of government with that, won't you?
So if you think they just need to start voting in different people,
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
is the answer to just vote in different people, new people?
I don't think they're any good. I think we've ended up with a state of governing that doesn't matter who the hell it is in my country. It's just two cheeks of the same ass, and unless some kind of reform, which it's getting a slow build here, and it will. We get there in every country, but it just needs a complete overhaul. Do you know what I mean? I mean, America is doing it, but we're dealing in Britain with an archaic system that's been going for fucking 700 years, and the same laws, the same shit. You know. And these career politicians will make use of this. And it's like, no, it just needs a massive overhaul. Just common sense needs to get into it a bit.
How do you make that happen if not with new people?
I don't have no clue, but what I will tell you is we had a politician here yesterday who he's in the Labour camp, which is the government that's in power. He beat up a member of the public, caught on camera, caught everything, fucking right there. I can send it to you now. It's crazy, and they give him 10 weeks in prison today. 3 months ago, we had lots of people locked up for 3 years for putting hurty posts on Facebook. Now, if you ain't dealing with a fucking totalitarian dictatorship, you tell me that ain't dictatorship.
I thought a dictatorship is when they try to tell you what to do.
Yeah, exactly what they try and tell you to do. All we get here is propaganda. My government did this. My government. Get on Twitter. Look at Keir Starmer. Look at all the top ones. But today, one of their own, and he still not had to resign yet. Still not lost his job. He got 10 weeks for a grievous bodily harm assault on an individual in his own constituency. We've got hundreds of people here that's been locked up between 12 months and 5 years for putting hurty posts on Facebook. I
I
shit
was
you
about
not.
to say they y'all get in trouble for sending the wrong social media tweets.
If you
You,
cancel, you talk about anyone that's in government now, you'll be coming on now. It's all the
that's
Facebook.
oh God.
That
I
that's scary. Like you think,
it
oh,
is that is
England,
scary.
liberty, just scary shit. We had a girl there today, and she she put on about the bloke that beat her, and he said this bloke needs to resign. The police visited her, and she taped her, and they said like, well, we don't think that's appropriate. That you should be saying that on Facebook. And it's like, what the fuck? You fucking joking?
All she's saying is he should resign.
Yeah, all he said he should resign and Labour should be ashamed of himself. And she had a visit off the police.
Oh
Is
my
if
God.
listen, I ain't bullshit. Just go hunting round and just you'll find it. And this woman was nearly fucking 70, 68, something like that when they turned up. And it was like, no, well, have you considered what you were saying? They couldn't arrest her or nothing, but they it was fear tactics, like you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm such a strong advocate for free speech.
Yeah, I am. I'm completely.
I'm very sensitive to people that try to control or manipulate or restrict or constrain speech, and it happens
Do you
under all kind of guises.
do you think Do you think Trump's a bigger manipulator than the Biden administration, or do you think they're all the same? Are you in the same boat as me? Whereas, like my boat is like they're all the fucking same. Do you
Oh,
know
they're
what I mean?
definitely not the same because Trump went in and got rid of all the DEI that Biden put in. And Biden, the Democrats were trying to restrict speech even further, internet speech. And Trump went and put out that executive order protecting free speech. So they're definitely not the same when it comes to those issues.
Do you think that Trump is a good thing for America or a
Mm,
bad thing? Or
I
do you
think
think
he's good in certain things that I happen
yeah,
to care about. But I
yeah,
like whether he's long term. It
mm.
really depends. You have to pick your metrics. I think on some metrics he's better than others, and I think on some he's going to be worse than others. So you just have to figure out what's most important to you and evaluate him from there.
And some other things, sometimes you think, even if you don't agree with it, change is good. You need to change the narrative. This is the problem in the UK at the moment. We've had one narrative and the next narrative, and then they're all the same. And it's like, fuck, wouldn't it just be nice to have some cunt just settlement a cat among the pigeons and just fucking wild it up and let's see where we land after this, because it weren't going too well while you lot all said you were doing the right thing.
I think it depends on your goals. To me, it should be intelligent change and it should be in the service of some kind of purpose that you're trying to achieve. Just random change for change's sake. I guess it could be good, but you're kind of just rolling the dice there.
Well, what
Um,
would your opinion be on the Ukraine then? Where would you stand on Ukraine with America now?
I haven't been following the latest stuff. I know that Trump's trying to cut some deals over Ukraine. It seemed to me like Russia was the aggressor and they invaded Ukraine,
Yeah,
what, 3 or 4 years ago, and that they were fighting a defensive war. But I don't know what the picture is now that Trump got involved.
yeah. I think it's fascinating. Obviously, you don't know a lot about that, and like, I don't blame you because you don't land on your
I
doorstep.
mean,
But
I tend to lean toward democracy over totalitarian regimes, and Ukraine seems way more democratic than Russia.
yeah,
So
I mean,
just
I've been to
like on an
Russia.
intuitive level, I tend to side with Ukraine.
Yeah, yeah. I would, but on the other hand, I see massive corruption. I see bigger corruption than there ever was in Russia, and that is my problem with the Ukraine
You
war.
don't think Russia's corrupt?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what I'm telling you. But I see massive corruption in the Ukraine, but that's all being everything's being whitewashed and saying the Ukraine are wonderful. It's not. There's massive corruption there, just like there are in Russia. That was the way it ran there for a long. And people need to remember. People need to remember. All this started because fucking your man did a deal over the oil pipeline, right? And Russia told him you couldn't deal with NATO or European, you had to be exclusive with us. People forget this and they welched that. So Russia said, all right, we're going to do a military operation and go in. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. But people seem to forget. They don't seem to be talking about that. Like, listen, this really comes down to about a pipeline. That's what really this comes down to.
I don't remember anything about the pipeline back when Russia invaded, but I'm sure this is more complicated than just a single issue at this point.
Obviously.
It seemed like
Oh
Russia
yeah,
wanted some, what,
yeah,
Crimea and some
the
other
shit.
land back that they felt like was theirs.
Yeah, we're just talking this shit. I watched a boy like Bored and Bankrupt. You ever seen him? Bored and Bankrupt?
Bald and bankrupt?
Yeah, YouTuber. Yeah,
No,
fucking.
I have a feeling I'm going to see him in the mirror
Yeah,
pretty soon.
yeah, Google
That's,
him, Bored and and
oh,
he
let me
did a
look him
whole.
up.
He was kicked out of Russia in the end, but he did like then he moved on to Chernobyl, then he moved into what was Ukraine then. And it's quite fascinating how many that lived in that part of which was originally Russia, so Russia wanted Russia back. They didn't want the Ukraine. It's a fascinating thing. Yeah, Bored and Bankrupt, Henry Bard he's called, or Henry something.
He's Russian.
Fucking
Oh, he's kind of cute.
massive. He's massive. He'd have like ten million followers, I reckon. You see it,
Dang.
Board Bank.
I can't even keep 800.
Yeah, well, that's 794.
He's British?
Yeah, he's British, born, but
Oh,
he
okay.
just travels. There's India, but yeah, if you want to get into the not into the Ukraine thing, but he did a big series on the Ukraine and like the places that Ukraine forgot about. And it was quite interesting how many of them wanted to go back to Russia. They was pissed off that like Russia weren't part of their life anymore. Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, listen.
it's hard to
Um,
tell what's going on in other parts of the world from this
yeah,
distance
yeah,
because
yeah. Oh,
really all we have is social media to look through.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's why what I said this fella, right? It's a bit more real. It's a bit like you and me just doing a blog, walking down the street, and like, yeah, that's more real than you're going to get off a TV news channel. You just get bullshit off them. Sometimes you pick up the bits of the people that's just boots on the ground and they walk round and you see a bit more of it, don't you? If we listen to mainstream media, the rest of us we wouldn't get out of bed in the morning. We'd think there was an asteroid gonna hit.
Uh, well, it depends on what the people on the ground are showing you too, because they could
Yeah,
still be manipulating what you see.
that's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. That's mainstream media. I think mainstream media are the biggest manipulators ever. I think we haven't got a shot to know how much they're manipulating what our feed is every day, you know?
That's why I don't rely on just a single source for anything. I I get my news from multiple places.
What would be your number one go to place then? Like if you said
Um,
you had a
well,
trust.
usually what I do is I pull up the Google news page and they have headlines from many different sources. The Hindustan Times is probably the most detailed source I've found so far. They have that ground news, which I've started using more and more lately because it shows you how biased each source is.
Yeah,
And what's the one? Not Al Jazeera. Is it
allergies or whatever.
Jerusalem? Jerusalem Times?
You not watch any you like the British or French European news? You watch any of that?
I don't. I get most of my news through text, through reading it, more than I do through video, through watching it, through videos. And I don't really dive deep into the news. I just pull up a few headlines and I skim it. So I have a little.
Yeah.
Really, where I get most of it is on Twitter. Whatever comes across my feed. So people are sharing different types of news stories all day long. And sometimes it's videos, sometimes it's
Twitter,
articles.
Twitter is the new news source. I know
So depending
Elon
on who
has.
you follow, if you follow a diverse um, enough group of people, you'll get a variety of sources.
The thing with Twitter is you start to realize fairly quick what's bullshit and what's real. But it makes you think mainstream media and all this, they are like chancers, just like Twitter is. But you soon pick up like what's the right story to follow, what's the right one to listen to. And it's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I quite like Elon Musk when he said like Twitter is the new news feed, and it is. Because news could be you could walk down the shop tomorrow and a fucking stardust. It's a fucking road in front of you, but you be the first one. It is news. It ain't always got to be about wars, hang on, but it is. It's a great way of sharing. Like, oh, I saw this, and it's like nobody would ever know that, but sometimes it's quite interesting, isn't it? It's got to be. You see people, you do one post there, and you can have like 1,000 people say like, "Oh my god."
Do they have people sharing local news where you are? Like, are there channels you can pull up around where you live that shows what's going on?
I live in a very small community, so no, I probably don't get a lot of them. We get a lot, but it'd be just like, ooh, there'd be a post like, hey,
Oh,
look, this guy's
you could do a
posting
channel. You could break news
this.
in your
You know what
area.
I mean? Breaking news, it ain't gonna work when I got 14 fucking neighbors. Like,
Oh,
but I do. I got. you know. Bo, believe it or not, they all do. I've got a community watch, and it's like we saw a car drive past, and it's like holy fuck, it was just a car driving
Oh
past.
yeah,
But
I've lived in those towns.
at least somebody saw a car, and yeah, yeah, yeah. Life can be funny like that too. 'Cause, it, it might be bad in the hood, but it can be just as bad in the country.
Not laws. How is Twitter gate kept when people can share sources from anywhere? Like any of the thousand sources out there, people can share on Twitter. That's not gatekeeping.
See, do you
I
think
don't think it was
Twitter?
advice. To me, it was a suggestion.
Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Do you think X is a bad thing for?
I think it's new. I think it's dependent on how you use it. I know that when it was Twitter, I used to be very active on Twitter when it was Twitter, and when Elon took it over, he did something
Oh,
with the algorithm, and I stopped seeing the post of my friends, and they stopped seeing my post, and the algorithm got all off, and I was missing content that I wasn't before. So even if Twitter is has potential, I can't figure out how to make it work like it was working before Elon got a hold of it.
yeah. I'll be honest with you. I've probably gone further than you. I've gone at it like and tried to do the new format and that, but I still ain't sure. So I'm a bit like you. I was a Twitter fan. Like, oh yeah, Twitter was cool, and I don't know, but like when I look at it, like, where are you going to go after that? So I'm trying in my head to think, like, yeah, this is going to work. This is going to be cool. And some of it is, some of it isn't. But you'd understand that if you're still on there.
I
But
don't know, not laws. There's no neo Nazis that show up on my feed, so I don't. If they're hanging out on Twitter, they're not on my in my little corner of it. So there's plenty of Twitter without them.
don't be a call. Don't you dare call me a neo-Nazi.
Are you even on Twitter? How do you know this? Because you're the one being brainwashed by propaganda. You're reading this on some social media somewhere, and now they have you thinking that X is full of neo Nazis when you're not even on it yourself to see.
I mean, but I will be honest. Like, I don't get into all this, but that's one of the big government and things that scare me. It's like everything's far right that they don't like, and it's like, all right, you can think far right, but like my, I'm in my 50s. My idea of far right is totally different than what is being used as a weapon now. That is far right. So I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. You can, but I do know. And oh, are we saying it's the far left that's using it as a weapon? I don't know, but I think the word far right is being banded around far too much. How's that? Far too much. Is we can all have a difference of opinion, and then we debate it. Nothing to do with far right, far left, or anything. We debate it. That's what made us humans. We could fucking sort problems out, and we could work together and come up with an idea that would suit us both.
Yeah, not laws. The concept exists. That doesn't mean the reality exists. The concept of a lot of things exists. That doesn't make it real.
Well,
I
what
don't
would
even
you
know
like?
how I'm getting pulled down this rabbit hole by you in the first place.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
you're
talking
he's
shite too,
trolling.
bro. Like, only fucking talking. I ain't coming here to
No,
talk
not
like
you.
that.
It's one of our chatters, our commenters.
But yeah, I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole. We're just talking like fucking two people, like just talking this shit, and we yeah, I don't mean to do that. So that's
No,
cool.
no, you're fine. It's not laws here in the chat doing his thing.
Oh, I don't know. I think I have been on a live with you before somewhere. I think we had a chat a
Have
few
you?
weeks.
We got a Do you know Bricky? Maybe we got a lot of drunk Brits one night.
Yeah,
when
yeah.
Bricky. Oh yeah, when Bricky was on.
Yeah, we had a live one night and we just had a
Yeah,
he's a
there were like 5 or 6 Brits. And yeah, that came on that night. And some of them kept
bonkers.
coming back,
Yeah,
and they
he's
were all
bonkers.
fighting and arguing with each other.
Before, I think I probably added you because I think I added you that night, and like it was it was a mad one, but we all had like talk like this, like we just talk this shit, don't we? Like,
Yeah, that's yes. I
yeah,
remember
that's
that
all.
night.
Just get talk, and if people like to listen to it, they listen to it. If they don't, they don't. But yeah, that Brett brother, and he's no good. Need to block him. He's
Who?
a dirty.
Bricky?
That's the Brett. Yeah, yeah,
He's never
yeah.
really come back, I don't think.
Yeah, that's how I knew. Ah, listen, we was talking. I've added you now, and I thought, fucking, I'm sure I've been in this room. When you said, "Come on," I thought, I'm sure I've been here. I'm sure I've been here. I'm sure I've been there.
Uh,
But when you have mad nights and someone say, "Come over here," like, and you come in, and then you think, "Oh, this is quite a cool place," and you hang around for an hour or two, and then you forget the next day, and you think, "Fuck, where did I go?" And you went through 4 places to get to that place. If that makes sense.
yeah, it's that's how the panelverse works. Hey, Jack. Speaking of, what's up? Welcome.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You're in trouble with this one. I'm doing my phone. I can't see the pissing chat, so I don't see the chats.
Oh, um,
My end, and like if I touch something, then I'll end up
are
kicking
you on your
myself out.
phone?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like,
It's
yeah. So I think like, fuck it, I ain't touching nothing. When you say like, oh yeah, hello, and I think like, so anyone that's in the chat, I'm not being ignorant. I just don't see the chat.
yeah. It's I have a hard time doing things on my phone too and streaming at the same time. But
Yeah.
we
So
had Mr. Jack Talcott just show up, and it's basically Shelby and not Loss.
yeah, I come in and there was the fella there. He was funny. The lad in there, and he
Yeah, you
went.
came in the middle of a very hot debate, apparently,
Yeah,
that
he
drove
told me
everybody away
you need to know,
about
but he
taking
was a
advice.
nice lad, nice boy.
For me, it was a free speech issue. For them, it was a read my mind and figure out what advice I like and don't like before you open your mouth.
But yeah, but it's good to have debate, isn't it? It's good to debate difference of
I
opinion.
think so. I guess it's not everyone's cup of tea. We have Bradley in the back. Does anybody know Bradley? Bradley, do you have a channel? If you do, drop it in the back so I can see what you're about a little bit. No channel. Just tell me what you want to come up and talk about. Are you British?
I think Bradley's my
Do you
stalker.
know Bradley?
Yeah, yeah. He keeps sending me pictures of his feet.
Well, I might take a chance on him.
Yeah,
What's up,
yeah.
Bradley?
Hi.
Hey,
I just
like
come to
when
hang out. I like to
Oh, are you
it's cat
British?
feet.
uh only a little bit.
Oh, are you in the UK?
Yes.
Okay, because for some reason, the UK people are finding me tonight, and they're all up here with their drinks.
I'm in Manchester.
Okay, you sound American.
Really?
Yeah,
Thank you. I've
to
been
me you do.
practicing my accent.
Come on, you're in America, right? Here. All right. Are you the one sending pictures of your feet? Yeah, look at
No,
that.
I'm not sending pictures of my
The
feet.
People's Podcast, that sounds familiar.
It's
Is
another
that
open
you?
show. I've been trying to go on open shows and I've been going on that a lot. It's quite interesting. It's cool.
Oh, okay.
Bradley.
Are you the People's Podcast?
No, I'm not.
You're not.
Eli is. Eli, I think, is
Okay.
the owner of
Do
that
you
channel.
have a channel?
No, I don't. I just go
Okay.
on other people's channels and hang out and make people laugh and have a good time. That's it.
Yeah, Brad, I've been chasing your channel for 4 months now. Can you please show me your feet?
No, not on here.
They're cold. I got cold feet right now. I'm not taking them out.
Oh,
You know how much effort it would take to show you my feet? You want to see my slipper? I'll show you my slipper. But other than that,
okay.
that's way too much effort.
What's that behind? I like that little light thing. What is that
Ooh, it's
on
a
your
portal
mantle?
into another dimension. Actually, I've invented. Mm-hmm. But I
Oh,
can't seem to get up there, so I can't enter it.
oh.
I ain't
Maybe
got
we
no
could bring
ladders.
something through.
I tried to toss something up there, but it doesn't really go nowhere. It's kind of whoosh, and it comes
Oh,
back down.
oh, and the ceiling too. I like the ceiling. You got all
Yeah,
kind of gadgets.
It looks like,
ceiling.
is that a
Wow.
van? Cool little van, that. If that's a van, it looks quite cool.
I've got a lot of gadgets. Go gadget UK flag. Oh wait a minute.
UK UK flag and accent.
Yes. Hello. I'm Inspector Gadget. Look at
So
this tiny little girl.
what time is it where you are?
Um, almost 9. Yeah,
Oh,
almost
okay. What's on your mind tonight? Just
9. Let me tell you. So the other day, well, not the other day. Backstory. My washer broke. You know, where you put your dirty clothes in, and you wash
yeah.
it. My washer broke. So I got this little mini washer. Oh no, my portal fell off. Turn it back on. Okay. My washer broke, so I got this little more explanation. It's winter time here, so I'm like buried in fucking snow in the
Huh.
place that I am, and the North Pole. And so I don't want to get a new washer because it's pretty much going to be impossible to get up a snowy driveway and a snowy house and whatnot. So I'm waiting. So while I'm waiting, I got this little mini washer. It's supposed to be like for camping or whatever. It's not that mini. It's like a portable washer. It's still quite big. I didn't get the smallest one. There's this really small one you can unfold it and shit. But this is a bigger one. It's about the size. I don't know. I don't know what the hell it's the size. Shit. I don't know. It's. I can't. Oh,
Like
maybe like a small chair. Picture like a little kid's chair. You know those plastic chairs you have at a table.
like
Maybe
at the kids' table?
yeah. Maybe it's a
Yeah.
little bigger than that. You know,
If
and
you,
you can fit enough clothes in it. They make really small ones, but this is a bigger type
Wow.
one. But
if you
it
like
takes
your
a lot of work.
perfect girl, it'd be like if you met your perfect girl, that would be the size of her butt. That's what you're saying.
It would be a very big butt. I got a bigger one. It'd be a
Yeah,
big butt.
you're
A very big
saying
butt.
like that's the
I wouldn't
perfect
mind.
size.
I'll still shove it in. It's all right. But
That's
so it takes a
great.
lot of work doing all this laundry because it doesn't work good with soap. You put the soap in.
How big of a load can you do in something like that?
That's a good one. Oh, I don't know. Maybe
I'm
like
guessing.
5.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing it's going to be a massive load.
Yeah.
Come
4
on.
t-shirts, maybe 4
I'm really into the washer
underwears.
story. I want to finish. I want to hear the ending.
There's 4 t-shirts, 4 underwears, some other
Oh,
washcloths and
so
shit like that.
tiny. Just the.
Small load.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a couple towels, pants. Pants I don't do too much, but I'm sticking with the underwear and under t-shirts and shit like that, keeping the other
Yeah.
stuff clean and hanging up. But anyways, so she does all that, lots of work, and she puts it in the dryer. And she says right before she gets done with all the work and puts it in the dryer, she spilled some of the water because it has this drainage hose, and sometimes the hose can fall off and it gets water on shit. Well, it got water on my dirty bathroom mat. It's in between like my toilet and bath. I got
So
a
you
big
were doing
bath.
it in the bathroom?
Yeah, we do it in the
Oh.
bathroom, yeah. And the bathroom mat got all wet. And it hasn't been cleaned, it's just wet. So she decides to throw the bathroom mat into the dryer with all the clean clothes.
Has she left you now? Has she left?
That makes why
And she thinks that because
to
the heat of the dryer, it's all cold.
to dry it off, but it was filthy.
It's filthy with all the clean clothes. It's a bath mat. There could be piss. There could be shit. There could be all kinds of shit on that. And she just throws it in the dryer with all the clean that took so hard for, and she did, because I've been working really hard, so I got really like exhausted, and she's helping me out. You know, she usually does the dishes and laundry and whatnot, but I've been doing the laundry because it's so fucking hard because of this stupid mini washer. My washer's broke. So she did all this fucking work, puts it in there, and now I feel like an asshole going, you put a dirty bath mat in with all the clean clothes. What are you thinking? Why wouldn't you just wait? It's in the bathroom. It can be wet all at once. Wait till all the clean clothing is done. Throw it in alone. You don't put anything dirty. It's not a cleaning thing. It's not cleaning. It's just drying. Oh, I lost my.
Is she gonna just redo them now?
No. There's no way that's happening. No fucking way. I would have to do it, and that ain't happening. So and of course I feel like an asshole. Did you ever have somebody do a nice favor for you, but then fuck it up at the end, and you have to be an asshole to tell them how you fucked it up? You fucked it up. You did all this work for me. Thank you so much. But guess what? You fucked it up.
Oh, I would just have them do it again.
That's not happening. That ain't happening.
Okay.
Like I said, it's a lot. It's a lot of work when you don't have a regular washer to use this stupid portable fucking thing, because it doesn't get the soap out. You have to fucking stir it up and get the fucking soap out, or use no fucking soap. It's a pain in the fucking idiot.
Well, do you think the clothes will still come out clean enough, even with the dirty bath mat?
It don't matter. Using them anyways. Nothing I can do
Okay.
about it. I ain't fucking cleaning them again either.
Is it just for you two? Like you only wear them on camera, or do you
It's
have to
just for
leave the
me.
house?
No. Those are my work shirts. Those are
Oh,
my undershirts that I wear for work to keep me clean from the dirty fucking scrubs that I got to put on.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you'll find out how
I
effective
guess I'm
it was.
fucked either way. I don't know. I mean, people done dirty things, but I'm a very like germaphobe kind of thing, and that's just like. But you agree with me? That's like they got fucked up. You can't put a dirty bath mat in with a bunch of clean clothes in the dryer.
Yeah, I would. It's not something I would do.
No,
I would
I don't think it's
not when
something
it reaches
anyone
the
would do.
drying stage, because that's when the clothes are clean.
Yes. Oh, for Christ! So I'm not a crazy asshole. I'm just an asshole.
I don't even know if you're an asshole. If
And you're still in it. I mean, it's a lot of work. She did a lot of work. And then I had to go, what did you do?
what was her reaction?
It's always the same. And she always has a bunch of million things she can fucking start bitching at me for, irrelevant things. Anytime I fucking, what do you call it when you fucking criticize? That's not the word.
Spurg out.
Criticize. Whenever I criticize anything she does, it's boom. Oh, this fucking you do this and this fucking this, and it just right on the defense, just spewing out all kinds of dog shit. So there's no point in doing it. There's no point in asking her to do it again. That's out of the fucking question. Getting her to not fucking scream at me for criticizing her that she put a dirty bath mat in with all my clean clothing. That's one thing.
Wait, is this your wife or your girlfriend?
Pretty much wife. Pretty much wife, yeah. And she kept going on about shit like, oh, well, you do this, you that. I kept saying, you put a dirty bath mat into the dryer!
Sounds like y'all are both screaming at each other.
Yes. It gets nowhere because she's just fucking pissed. She did all
Y'all
this
should put it on
work.
YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I am right now. I'm airing it out right now.
Okay.
I'm going to grow some antlers in a minute.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing antlers?
It's been a thing for a while now, and then they broke, and I just got them back. So I was very lost without them for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Are they connected to the headphones at all, or is it
No, no, they're not.
Is there so? What's the reason for it? Is there why did you start wearing them years ago?
I'm a Satanist. And when I converted, I went to the little Satan store by my house, and they had
Mm.
all these horns. They had ram horns, Satan horns,
Ooh,
antlers. So I bought a whole collection of horns, and the antlers are the only ones that still work.
fucking horny.
Yeah.
But those are the ones you like the best.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think they are the ones I like the
Are
best.
you a
And
hunter?
no, I'm a huntee. I got to be careful with these things on.
I don't like hunters. Well, I mean, I don't. It's not that. I mean,
I mean, my family's hunt. I hunted when I was little. Like they took me hunting, but I hated it, so they never like pushed it on me.
yeah, I get it. It's just something I couldn't do.
But all my family hunts.
I love animals. With animals, are beautiful. I think if
Yeah,
I
I
had,
don't. I wouldn't kill anything that I wouldn't eat, and I don't eat any of that stuff. So there's no reason for me to try to hunt it.
I could probably kill a cow every once in a while. Now I don't eat meat that much. The most meat I eat is turkey, and I could kill them some bitches all the time.
I could probably
You
kill
ever
a
see
turkey.
Yeah, fucking turkeys are nasty.
I could kill a chicken.
I don't know. Chickens are kind of cool, but I might accidentally step on one. Then I can eat it.
We used to kill them growing up, or
Yeah.
not the kids, but the adults. We'd watch. So
Fucking chickens would kill themselves. They get a little scratch on them, they peck each other until they fucking die. You know that? If they get a wound, if there's one hen with a wound on it, all the other hens will come and pick at that wound until they fucking die.
vicious.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's what I heard. I've never seen it. I don't know if it's true. A chicken owner told me, so I have to believe him because I don't own chickens.
Uh,
Chicken shit.
yeah, that's pretty much what they kill back home: ducks and deer and alligators
Mm.
and
Alligator.
fish.
No, fish. That's okay. You never. Oh yeah, you don't go out hunting, but alligators, man, that's got to be hard. Well, actually, not hard.
I don't. My family did. My little nephew killed one last year.
Was it an actual alligator? Or was it some kind of like?
No, it was an alligator.
Oh.
It was like coming at him, so they told him to shoot it, and he took the gun and he shot it.
Shoot it! It's gonna get you!
But you have to have a license. You're only allowed to kill a certain amount, a certain time of the year, all that.
Yeah, I shot a caiman.
You shot a caiman?
That's a small alligator. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Where were you?
It's sometimes people do lines from shows that they watch.
Oh,
And it's a line from Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot show.
I watched all. I love Poirot. I used to
You
watch.
do?
I've read all the books, and I've watched all the David Suchet Poirot
Oh, holy shit! There's an episode when Captain Hastings, he's trying to tell a story about when he shot a caiman.
movies.
That's the line I got it for. I just stole that line.
Oh, okay.
Shot a caiman.
I haven't watched the ones that were based on short stories, but I watched all of the longer ones.
I think they're all longer ones. I watched.
Well,
that.
some of them are short stories, and they're short. They're not the ones like novel length. So I haven't watched all of those.
The ones with what was the actor's name? You said David
David Suchet,
Suchet.
the
Yeah,
little British guy.
yeah. I watched
Yeah.
all those episodes.
Oh, he's so good. He's the best part. Growing up, we had the one that Peter Ustinov did a couple of movies, and he was the Poirot that I knew growing up. But I think Suchet does an even better job.
Yeah, Suchet is what that's a lot. There's a lot of episodes. For
Yeah.
some reason, British shows, or at least those ones, had a lot of episodes.
And I watched all the Miss Marples.
I watched all the Midsummer Murders. Ever see that?
I haven't watched all of those, but I've watched quite a
were
bit,
good.
and the Endeavor and the Sherlock ones.
Oh, yeah, Midsummer Murders is good. And it's weird because there's so many seasons, and the episodes are like 2 hours long. So you got like 2 hours of 15 seasons. It's crazy. It like started off in X-Files era and ended in like fucking Grey's Anatomy era. Or
And
something.
they even have spin-offs. They have what's
Oh.
the assistant's name? I forget. Has his own show. And didn't they do a Young Morse? Don't they have like a Young Morse?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't
Or,
know.
wait, that was it. Or was that Endeavor?
The one assistant couldn't drive good. Was there some kind of reoccurring joke about them not driving good? Because that's what I remember from Midsummer Murders.
They're still doing them too, aren't they?
Maybe, I don't know. As long as I just caught what they put on Netflix 10 years ago. And I don't think it's on Netflix anymore, but it's still on.
Lewis, that's the other one.
Oh, Blue List. Oh, doesn't that
Lewis
have?
is the
Oh no, I'm thinking of Blue Line or something.
assistant, and then Endeavor is Morris when he was younger, just starting out.
I was thinking of the Thin Blue Line. I think that has Rowan Atkinson in it. It's a good British cop show. You ever see the Black Adder? Black Adder?
No, I heard about it growing up, but I never watched it. I'd hear
Rowan
people talk
Atkinson,
about it.
very good. Very good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I scared away your other friend. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I think he was just wandering the channels. Hey, Bart. Welcome. And good night, Ricardo. Another Brit.
Oh, yeah. All these Brits are funny tonight, except for me, as you can see.
That was Britain 2.0.
Mm. So I guess we're getting some eggs from Turkey. Have you been talking about the egg shortage at all?
No, I didn't even know there.
Yeah,
People keep telling me about an egg shortage, but my roommate threw away a carton the other day because they went bad. They expired.
Oh. Well, it's going to be hard for him to
So
get
we have
another
an
carton.
abundance of eggs that we're not even using.
Really? How much? Do you know how much a carton of egg is by you?
No, but I could probably look it up.
I'll tell you right now. Carton of egg by me.
I don't
40,
buy. I don't eat eggs, so I don't buy eggs. Let's see.
$10 per egg. $40.
No, not
Yep.
per egg.
Serious. $40 a carton. Just like cigarettes.
They're like $3 to $5 here for a
Oh,
dozen. Which is still high. I remember when eggs were like what, 79 cents, 89 cents.
Well, people are stealing them though, because they heard about the egg shortage. So people
They
are
have to
stealing.
lock them up with the ice cream and the batteries and the Tide Pods.
Everything else on some stores behind glass. Oh, excuse me,
But
sir.
all the food that uses eggs is going to go up now, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. There's surcharges on restaurants and shit. But I guess Turkey's sending us like 4 million or something.
Oh, well, good. Thank God McDonald's fries doesn't use eggs. Not lies. I did hear about that there's bird flu in
Yeah,
Texas.
Biden killed all those fucking chickens because of it. It was all Biden. Biden killed the chickens.
Maybe we'll have another lockdown.
Oh no! I hope not. Fuck that shit. They poisoned me. That's all.
The lockdown did.
I'll be careful on YouTube. They poisoned me.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my channel.
I won't say how, but you understand. Everyone gets it. You get it. He's laughing.
You're making pumpkin. You're always making something. Damn. I love pumpkin bread. I love pumpkin seeds.
I like pumpkin shit. Pumpkin pie. Pumpkin bread.
Yeah, pumpkin's good.
What the fuck is that kind of bread that... I don't know. Like Amish bread or something? Isn't there a kind of Amish bread that's special? Banana
I've never
bread?
had Amish bread.
Yeah.
I've had sourdough.
Maybe
I've
I'm
had
just-
Indian bread.
I think I like banana bread better than pumpkin bread.
Yeah, we used to have that growing up.
I like banana juice too. Ah, I'm just kidding. I'm not gay.
I used to make, when I was a vegan, I would put bananas in blender and make like a
You would juice?
banana milk. It was kind of like a milky
I'll make some banana
shake.
milk.
You put it with water, and you could use it as milk and put it on stuff. Televised, welcome. What's going on with you?
Put it on my back. Put some banana milk on my back. Oh!
Oh yeah, I've had zucchini bread. That's good too. My favorite is they had the old lady that lived behind our house used to make sourdough bread, and she'd
Mm.
bring it to the fence, and she'd give it to us. She'd make extra, and it was the best bread I've ever eaten in my life.
And then she went crazy and started
Just
walking
died.
around doing it.
So that's the like it's bread I will never get anywhere again.
Did she ever spread her bread?
Not no, not to me. I mean, she spread it to us over the fence, but that's it.
Put some butter on my vagina, young man. I fucked up.
No, not victim, but it sounds like you're having some drama or trying to create some drama. Something. There's something I sense drama some from you.
Me?
But yeah, give televised they don't even give me money. If y'all want to give televised some money, be my guest, but they don't even give it to me, so I don't know if this is the right corner to work. But you're trying to make money, I understand. We all are. We're all trying to figure out a way to make money.
Here's how. Talent.
Talent? Well, what did people without talent do? How did the people without talent do it?
Oh, what is that noise that they play on Price is Right?
Oh yeah. No, no.
Yeah.
Mine is gonna be more like the little mountain climber that falls off the cliff. The little yodel song. Yodelay, yodelay, yodelay. Mike, can I tell you about homemade biscuits? Home ec class. That's the first thing you learn how to make in home ec is the homemade biscuits. I actually know how to do that. It's baking powder, flour, salt,
Egg?
milk,
Yeah.
buttermilk, and some other stuff. But yes, they taught us that in school.
I think there's more
Poor
stuff.
white people. Poor wild people. Okay.
Gotta be
Who's
something.
wait, what do you mean playing Batman on YouTube? I got antlers. I'm not making nearly that. Even with the antlers.
Who's playing Batman?
I don't know. Who's the guy playing Batman making 100,000? How is he doing it? Well, I guess you just have to come up with some. Oh, on Twitch. God, he's making 100,000 on Twitch.
Oh, he's probably one of those assholes that got one of those really expensive Batman suits that probably cost $10,000. So he's
Well,
losing.
televised. Just come up with a character that people are going to pay to see.
Fuck Batman! It's me, Superman! I tried to suck off Lex Luthor, but I couldn't find out which one was his head or his dick. He's bald, get it?
Uh, that was kind of funny. I did get it. I think.
He looks like a dick!
Is that what they say about bald people? Not all bald people look like penises. Zad's been making his own eggs. That's a good idea.
He put on a turtleneck, he looked like an uncircumcised dick.
Stop. He'd have to have it like up over his ears, huh?
The hell yeah,
Who care? You look. People call me all kind of shit. You just do it. Don't worry about what people call you.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make a penny that way.
Some people
You
call
you
me
you
gay,
could
I
work
think
on the
because
black
he
gay
sucks a
part.
dick.
I'm not even I'm black and gay. I'm not even getting stuff. Or I'm as black and gay as we're gonna get around here.
He asked me if I'm gay, I say, well,
It
bend
sounds like
over, let's find
excuses, my
out.
friend. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Just think of have your vision and execute it, and don't worry about what the idiots say.
Idiots.
I never listen to. I never live my life by what random strangers tell me. Even when I was a kid, they tell me all kind of things. I wouldn't leave my house if I listened to any of it.
Do you
They
leave
don't
your
know
house?
me. If you know what you're doing, then what other people think or the impression you make on other people shouldn't even matter. If you're clear about what you're doing in your own head.
Oh shit, I'm not. What is next to you? What is that shadow on your door? Is that a
Oh,
Nazi?
that's my Baphomet. My
Okay.
you know.
I was worried that was a Nazi eagle, but it's
No, it's just the Nazi eagle. No, it's just Satan.
It's just a Satan goat. That's all.
The Satan
That's all.
goat.
Don't worry
Yes.
about it. That explains the antlers. Antlers?
Well, televised. We haven't even you come up on panel audition or rehearse or something. We haven't even seen you. So far, you're just a screen name.
Come on, televised. Make fun of his antlers. They're uneven.
Like I'm sure you have potential. Believe me. Have you seen the Paddleverse? The bar is not that high.
I'm sorry to say, but other deer would make fun of the size of your antlers.
Well, maybe, but there are. I am the only. There are no other antlers in my little cor- uh, side of YouTube. So
I have to tell you that other deer would say you have micro antlers.
stop. I have. You're giving me an antler complex.
Oh, well, you know, it happens. Fucking Bambi would be.
I'm gonna upgrade soon once those quans start rolling in. Oh, SNL. I don't think SNL is half as funny as YouTube. We need to do a compilation of SNL and improve their work. SNL has not been funny in years, except for Black Jeopardy. That's the only thing that's made me laugh in the last 10 years.
Bambi would call you a cuck.
We got our friend back.
Woohoo! Hey!
Well, you won't know until you find out. Well, okay, they're not the only televised. They're not the only panels out there. Nobody watches NeuroJack's panel.
Mm-mm. I sure as shit don't.
Okay.
I've never heard of that.
He ain't
Welcome
got
back.
antlers. He ain't got little tiny baby antlers.
I have big giant Satan horns, but they broke. I have to super glue them.
Well, you need to jerk it off to get like that. Oh.
The antlers are back by popular demand, believe it or not. I had retired them for a while.
Hey,
People
wait,
kept
hang on.
asking, where are the antlers?
I got
When are the
something.
antlers coming back?
Check this out. Hey, I got a question. Antlers. What about unclers?
Okay, televised, that is how not to make money on YouTube. Just learn from Bradley.
Hang on, let me try that again. What about unclers?
Yeah, and I do agree. Canadian fellow is very funny, but Canadian citizenship don't make you funny. Like, if that makes any sense.
Crap.
They're Canadian, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, all you Canadians think you're funny as fuck, but you're
No.
not that. You're not
Some of
that
the
funny.
I gotta say, every now and then, not lost, makes me
Oh, yeah,
chuckle.
so, listen,
That's
that's
some
John
maple
I
Candy.
leaf
mean, I
right
gotta be
there.
real.
Look at that
John
maple leaf I got hanging up because I'm Canadian.
John Candy was brilliant. He was a funny Canadian.
John Candy.
You're very woke up in Canada there now. You'll be like,
John
you'll be
Candy,
afraid.
more like John Skittles.
Well, if you can have a joke, have a joke. But like, you can't have a joke because someone will shoot you in Canadian land.
That's exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not going to go to Canada. It's like, fuck that shit.
Yeah, John Candy, more like John Three Musketeers bars. You know what I'm saying? Hmm?
Is he
So
the one that
what you
died?
mean?
He died, didn't he?
Did I
Nah.
just did
He
I
was.
right?
Who am I thinking of? Was he the one in Black Sheep and Tommy Boy?
You're thinking of Patrice O'Neill.
Tommy Boy.
No, that was John Candy, right?
Hey, Tommy
You're,
Boy was a good film. What was he called? That fucker. I think
you're
he's
thinking
dead
of Drew
now.
Carey. Drew Carey
No,
was.
he's still around.
Oh, my
Is
bad.
he? He's dead.
You're thinking
He
of
was the
John
one that
Belushi.
did the salesman down by the river. That was John
Yeah.
Candy.
I think it was
Like,
John Belushi.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But he was like a John
Chris
Belushi
Farley.
fella.
That's who I'm thinking of. So who? John Candy was. Oh, I get all these fat white people confused.
Yeah.
No, John Candy's also dead. Canadian.
So you're basically saying you don't like
Planes,
fat
trains,
people.
and automobiles. Uncle Buck. He was Uncle Buck. Okay, that's who he was.
No, you're Uncle Buck with those fucking
Well,
antlers.
now I. Good.
You're basically
Uncle
saying
Buck.
fat
At
people.
least I got properly gendered.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Not
right.
fancy anymore.
Fat. Don't like the fat Canadian people. Motherfucker. What do you like fat Americans? Like, or do you
I
like
love
not
fat
like?
people. I have plenty of fat friends.
No, it sucks being fat. It sucks being fat and funny because every time you're fat and funny, somebody goes, "Oh, you remind
Nah,
me of John Candy." No, I don't. No, I don't remind you of Chris Farley. I don't remind you of Chris Farley. I don't fall through. Did you
hang
see me
on.
fall through your fucking coffee table? No, I didn't fall through your coffee table. I'm not John Candy. You think I'm John Candy because I'm funny and I'm fat. Fuck
Forget
you.
John. Forget John Candy. We had a definition or the definition of what is a fat person from your man. What is a
Me,
fat person?
I'm a
Yeah,
fat
what?
person.
Yeah, what is a fat person in your eyes?
I
Me.
know him when I see him.
Yeah, it's not
It's
skinny.
an endomorph. It's a body type.
It's anything
Well,
that doesn't have a fucking
I, I always tend to think
washboard
this.
abs. If you don't have
Or like,
washboard abs, you're
like
fucking fat.
the, the worst, the worst thing that was invented for fat people was spandex, and like I
Mm.
always think, look, I look for spandex, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, that's a fat person.
I think that's the worst thing invented for fat people.
Oh yeah, 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 but they don't think that. They think it's the best thing. They think it holds their bellies in this shit, but it don't. It just shows everything.
A fat person wearing spandex reminds me of when a fishing group gathers a big bunch of fish in their net.
I always
Well, you
assume fat people know that they're fat. Like
Oh, I
nobody
know.
is surprised to
I'm
discover.
trying, but the whiskey
spandex.
ain't helping. If I could stop drinking 2 fucking glasses of goddamn whiskey at fucking night, maybe I'd lose some fucking weight. But I think there's like sugar and shit.
Hey, no problem. Listen, if you like fat chicks, that's your thing. I don't like them myself. I don't like the double like thing when they put up in their crotch when there's like fat crotch. But that's up to you. Like that's your business if you
There's
like
some
it.
people like that. They the chubby
Yeah,
chasers.
Oh, I
They
hey,
love.
prefer big.
If there's any chubby chasers out there right now, I'll give you a good fucking. I'll punch you in your
I
face.
thought you don't you have somebody?
Yeah, but I said I was gonna punch him.
Oh, punch
I'll
him.
spar
Okay.
with you. If you're a chubby chaser and you want to spar with me, I'll spar with you, and then maybe
so you
we'll
Spar.
show his genitals.
You sound like a pirate.
so you
Arr! She's driving me nuts.
is she chubby but not fat, or is she a fat chubby? Do you know what I mean? Because there's two kinds of chubby. It's
If
just
she
like
can
a
fit
little
in an Uber, she's chubby and not fat, I guess.
Christ. Most of the women he brought on would fit in an Uber. They had ones that was like a van, so he would be
Oh,
fine.
the XLs, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Big guy.
Think
The big
If
think
you can still do a good job at hide and go seek, you're chubby. If you can't, you're fat.
guy. This, 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 this bloke, this bloke is a, this bloke is obsessed with dirty jokes. It's cool.
Most
I don't
adults
get
don't play
it.
he's
hide and
making
go seek.
himself laugh. That's got to count for something.
Most
But I'm
adults don't play hide and go seek. If you did, you'd find out if you're fat or chubby. Chubby people can still play hide and go seek. Fat people can.
yeah, listen. One of my mates, there was a chubby chaser. He said he was going to get fucked. Like, I get it. It's just not for me. You know?
I can still hide behind a dryer.
Hey, listen, fuck the dryer. You could
I can hide
hide
in a
behind.
dryer.
I can
You
still
could
hide behind a refrigerator. Fat people
hide behind you. The FBI ain't gonna find you. They're gonna say we just saw some big fat chick, and you can just
Ali Ali action free. Oh, it's you behind the fucking refrigerator.
Oh, okay. Hang on. We got somebody
Oh,
to practice on.
who is
The
it?
apocalypse is upon us.
Oh, I know this person. This
Oh,
person
she
is no good.
pack a lips
Can
with
you
her
hear
I,
me?
refrigerator.
Good.
yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, we
Awesome.
can hear. He's Irish. He's Irish.
Hey,
He can't be.
what's your put your channel in the back. I can never find it.
All right, give me a second.
Okay. And then we have to find a costume for you.
You know he's a homosexual, guys, don't you? You know he
I'm a
actually likes.
homosexual.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. You haven't asked me to go to bed with you. But I'm just
No,
saying this
I
will.
never. I didn't ask you that. You're all the way to the UK.
No,
I
no,
wouldn't
no.
ask you that. I don't.
Listen, I'd sleep with you. I just wouldn't shag you or fuck all. I'd just lie in the bed and I'd go to sleep.
Oh, well, that's kind of romantic.
Straight men don't wear antlers.
I don't even get that. I'm flattered
You call me a sensitive lover.
I know you're gay because your antlers are brown.
because they're what?
Brown.
Oh, they're black, actually.
Oh.
All right.
So let's get
All
on.
right. So what is up, televised? You're trying to find a YouTube persona.
I think
I
you've
don't know.
unplugged it.
I think everything is rigged. That's what I think.
Rigged in what way?
Fuck yeah, it is.
That,
I don't know.
Damn
You
it.
know, as someone who's always been pretty universalist, even when it comes to my being a Christian, I just find it that even no matter how authentic or how truthful I am, or upfront I am, it doesn't seem to really matter. It seems like everything works out for everyone else, but for someone like me, it just never seems to
How
fall into
universal,
place.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir.
how
well, what are
universal,
you trying to make work out?
how universal are you with your bottom area? That could be important.
That's a good question, Jeff. You know, I really don't know. You know, I'm
Well,
sure every one of us just wants to be comfortable in their life, but you know, I'm not very comfortable in my life. So
you mean
So
materially?
that's a
yeah,
Maybe
yes.
get better pillows. Maybe you'd
I
be more
mean,
comfortable if you got some good pillows.
Maybe you should use my pillow. Hello, I'm the
Here comes
owner and
all the
founder of
advice.
my pillow.
What do you work, right?
yeah.
You're
Well,
talking about
that's a start.
not
My
fair.
name
That's
is
not.
Mike Lindell. I'm the owner and founder of My Pillow, and you'll be much comfortable coming out with your sexuality on My Pillow.
Bitemypillow.com. Hey, look, go over look at this fella. Bitemypillow.com. And you
Exactly.
should.
Thank you
You
for
hardly
that.
ever hear about him
And
anymore
if you want to plug
now
each
that
other's
Trump's in office.
assholes, that's fine with me.
So what? Let me hang on. Let me take a look at your channel. How many subs do you have?
Two.
At one, I'm
You
at
first of all, you got to get your
1.7.
numbers up to at least 500.
Listen,
My
I've
name is
only got.
Mike Lindell.
What's
12.
funny is that when I started joining podcasts, I seem to have lost a lot more subscribers. I was at like 160, but when I started doing podcasts, it was like all my subscribers went bye bye.
Well, maybe you should
Oh,
stop being Mike Lindell. Oh wait, that's me.
mine dropped too. I don't know what the cause of that. Like it could it could be us. We could
Maybe
be
it's
driving
looking for
viewers
my
away.
Glendale, owner and founder of My Pillow. That could be why. I have to go get my motorcycle.
Have any of Neurojack's get rich quick videos helped?
Yes, they made me come 3 times.
I haven't tried any of them, honestly. But can't you tell the AI now, like, build me a business, and then it draws up a business for you, and you just execute it?
I mean, that's basically the premise of it. But I mean, as someone who has tried it, it went nowhere. So again, it seems like everything's rigged.
Which one did you try?
Just like you should.
I, I'm not even sure. I've tried at least 7 or 8 different ones in the last 2 years, and it just like I got 1 or 2 people to make a purchase, and then it just fell off, and then just it's always taken over by a bigger business. That's what it really comes down to. If you're trying to start something small, and everything that's already there just overrides what you're trying to do.
A
I'm
Selling,
very
lot of
sorry,
people
brothers, but I gotta
get
take off.
comfortable that way.
what are you
Do what?
selling? What are you selling?
I hope you have a good night. I've got to go save the world.
You
See
too,
you in
Bradley.
another
Good
life, me brothers.
good hanging out with you. Take care.
Take
And I
care,
hope your
mate.
clothes come out okay. Um Apocalypse, what were you trying to sell?
I mean,
I
it
think
was just like a local business thing. Like we were just selling things that people didn't want on marketplace and stuff. We were able to get it to sell faster, but there's always some other company or someone out there who's able to organize and do stuff better than what you can. So it just never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Just
'Cause
like with the whole Twitch thing, the guy who I'm talking about, I mean, he's kind of why he's famous, I don't fucking know, because there's really nothing about the guy that's likable. But dude's been streaming for 3 days dressed up as Batman playing Batman game, and I know for a fact he's made over $100,000 in just this few days. So you tell me why certain
just
personalities are likable or payable, but certain other personalities, can't seem to even get small YouTube recognition. So.
there's an audience for that type of content.
so you were trying to sell shit that he was selling you? I'm a bit lost. He was
I'll
selling
put it this
you.
way: we were the mobile marketplace for like like the old time mom and pop shops that would go and take all their items to like a flea market for
Oh
everyone
yeah,
to
I
walk
remember
by and
those.
sell it. But now with everything being digital and everything's about being digital, they shut down the flea market that's near us where people used to do that, and a lot of mom and pops used to make lots of money going out there and taking all their stuff
What,
and putting them out there on display. And now,
Like Sanford and Son.
yeah,
what would
just
you, what would you consider as a mum and pop shop? What would you consider as mum and pop selling stuff in the little village? What would you consider that as?
you know what I mean. I'm talking about like the little, small corner
I know.
stores out in the country that sells like, hunting stuff and stuff like that. Not these high tech companies or everyone trying to be like everyone else and selling the exact same product. Some of the stuff was like handmade stuff from the people's homes that we were able to get sold. But once the digital marketplace came in, now you can just order it offline for $10 cheaper. So
People
Do
used to
you
do all that on eBay too. I had a friend that did that out of his garage.
do you think the digital marketplace is going to make you a fortune? Do you think that?
I mean, it makes certain people fortunes, just not me.
Just what you see, though, do you think it will make you a fortune?
No, not if you're not selling something more than mom and pop items.
So well, you could expand your business then. So what would you jump to? What would change? What would transform your business?
Well, really nothing, because in effect, every single other basically digital business is out there doing the exact same thing. So unless you're selling women, you're not really going to make much money nowadays.
Well, basically, you come a big story about all this marketing, and it's basically it's shit in it. Like there's nothing there. You might as well just come out and just give a big speech about how shit this is. Maybe someone will listen to that and say, "Yeah, that is actually bullshit." Or am I
Hmm.
wrong here? I might
I
be
don't know.
wrong.
I don't even know how to tell.
I wouldn't know. My aunt's a millionaire, has $2.4 million in her bank account, and has the nerve to tell poor people like me that she can't sit down to enjoy it. So you tell me.
Well,
Why can't she sit down? Is she
why
fat?
ain't your aunt in there?
No, she says she can't stop working, so she continues working even though she has more than enough money to never work a day in her life.
What does she do for like that got her that kind of money?
Well, I'm not really sure what she was doing at first, but she was working for a very prominent electrical company, going around the world and making business sales in countries like China and Russia. And I'm assuming her being a woman, she had to work her way up the food chain, so to speak, especially in the early 80s and 90s. And
Does she have
basically,
big
What's her,
boobs?
I mean,
what's
my
her
aunt's a
first,
pretty attractive lady, but I mean, whether or not she had to get on her knees in order to be able to get to that position, that's remained to be told.
Hmm.
yeah, but what's her name? What's
But
her
she,
first name?
but she
First,
also has a husband who sells microchips that go in your microwave, but also sells microchips that goes into bombs that kill people. So there's where your money goes.
Oh yeah, that's millions. I could see that. So just get into the right industry. That's one way to do it.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
I'm a bad person to give advice on how to make millions.
there's money in the
I haven't
nuclear.
figured it out either. I
I don't
know
even
that
care about
if you
making
could get a
millions.
career in tech, they pay a lot. That German immigrant that got killed was making $500,000 a year, doing some kind of tech something. And if she
Well,
could make it, if she could do it,
unfortunately, most American companies want nothing but a bunch of Middle Easterns and Indonesians working there because they're easier and cheaper to pay.
This guy's a racist motherfucker, isn't he?
$500,000 doesn't sound cheap. You mean
I'm
Americans would
racist.
do it for
I'm
more?
racist, but yet, how many times do you press one for English and get someone who doesn't speak English? Yet they work for American companies, right? But I'm the racist.
I feel sorry for his nana. His nana's putting a roof over his head, and giving him in. Goes, what? This is terrible. Someone needs to visit your nan and kick you the motherfucker out of that house.
Why? What does his nan have? That's his mom? A nan is a mom? What does his mom have to do with this? He's a grown adult.
Oh, yeah,
Go visit him. Take it up with him.
I'm not saying, I'm
And I
saying,
don't know if you know this, but in America, it's not illegal to be racist.
oh, well, unfortunately, it is in England, and if I say
Yeah,
racist,
we
yeah,
could still. The Supremes told us we could. It's not. It doesn't violate our First Amendment. So
I don't care if he's a honky, so it's no problem to me. I don't care. There you
it
go.
doesn't. I mean, I'm trying to help him make $1 million.
Well, I don't know, but apparently he's taking money off his granny. He's fucking living in her house, living like a mother. Taking all this shit.
Barney, I know about that, and there's that teacher too.
Where the hell did
I'm
you get any of that?
There's a
trying to,
Chinese word that sounds like that in American or something, and he was using the Chinese word and got fired.
or you both been living with your granny, you say, like you live on your own, got your own
Yeah,
places, yeah?
I didn't hear anything about getting money from grandma either.
Yeah, the other boy did.
He said his aunt was wealthy and had big boobs or
Yeah,
something.
I said my aunt was a rich bitch. I said nothing about getting money from her. She
But
never gave me
she
money a
told
day
him
in my
that poor
life.
people like him have to scrape and starve or something.
Why would you say bitch and shit? Why is he so angry? He's really angry, this fella.
Because she is.
Yeah, well, look, we don't know it. You tell us like
No,
it
but
is.
I do. So then I can call her one.
Well, according to you, I'll ring her and he
Yeah,
might
yeah.
say,
Well,
yeah,
welcome to free speech in America. He can. If you think someone's a bitch, you could say it here.
yeah, but sometimes it shouldn't be right.
I mean, I get
He's
called
like,
bitch all the time, asshole all the time, fuckhead, and worse.
Well, someone should tell you about your hair and your
You
depth
could
and
say
stuff.
it. Barney, come up here and use your speech. You might be a good person to help Apocalypse too. He's trying to figure out how to launch a YouTube career. And I do know that going vertical supposedly helps a lot.
I'm no fucking expert, but I will tell the other fella that's trying to do that about YouTuber, stop calling people bitches, because your YouTube is gonna
See,
go
you
viral.
try to control people. You try to control speech.
I'm a controller,
That's
but
the Brit.
all of
That's the Brit in you.
yeah,
Well,
just
if I'm
stop.
being perfectly honest, I never expected my YouTube to even get to where it is today. I really just started my YouTube as a random, let me just post whatever the fuck comes to my kind of mind shit. So the fact that my YouTube even has the amount of traction it does to me is actually pretty shocking.
Well,
But
there
I've
you
seen
go.
dumber
That's a healthier way to
YouTubers.
look at it.
I've seen people who literally just post pictures of cow shit, videos of cows taking shits and get millions of views. So there you go.
There's more of an audience for that than what I do and what you do. Dang,
Well,
that's what we're competing with.
that's what I've really noticed about like with that dude on Twitch. Like who really sits there for 3 days straight and will watch someone play a game that they've probably played 100 times and are getting paid to do it? What's the difference? Is it because he's black and I'm not? Is it because
Oh,
what? Like I
you
would like
didn't. Hey,
to.
you left that part out. He's a black Batman.
Yep, there you go.
Facebook
Oh,
so whatever
what
platform
do you
you're
think
on.
about all of this?
Just talking to people that came in. There's
You
a lot
think
of
it's
people.
because? Well, you think he'd be making the same amount of money if he was white?
I don't know. I listen. I ain't making money out of this. What you lot are making money out of this?
No, hardly
Well
any.
then, there you go.
Who are you talking about?
There's a guy on Twitch that dresses like Batman and plays the Batman video game, and he makes $100,000. But I just found out that he's black, and I asked if
Well,
he thought he'd be making the same amount of money if he was white.
nobody would have known he was just making the money on Twitch.
Because he has the
Nobody would
mask.
have.
You can't even tell through the mask, can you? What race? How do they know he's black?
Oh he streams without the mask on. It's just for the last 3 days he's had a Batman special going on
What's
where
his
he.
channel? Can we watch some of him?
I would
Drop
have to
his
look it
link.
up.
What's up with you, Barney? Welcome, by the way.
Thanks.
Oh, freak. Thank you.
Wow.
See? Oh, look. This is the worst time to donate. I was telling them how I make no money doing this. And then you show up.
How much are your memberships?
Thank you, freak. Thank you. See, I did make money. I did make money.
How much
Let's
are your
see who
memberships?
our new members are.
Are you not going to answer me, dickhead?
But I lost
Hear me?
members today, too.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah. So, how much is your membership?
99 cent. Panelverse is a member. Mr. Pie. Snow. The discussion. So Neurojack. Look at that. Neurojack, who I thought was already a member. Frito Fonzarelli. We got Punkylicious and Chris. John Beert.
The thing that's funny about gifting memberships is does that mean these people are watching right now? Or are they trying to hide and now they're exposed?
No, I don't know how it determines because I get memberships all the time where I'm not even online. I'll wake up the next morning and I got one in the middle of the night. They just sent me an email. So I don't know how the algorithm determines who to bump them to, but they don't always have to be actively watching. But thank you, Freak, very much. Do you get memberships or super chats? Do people donate to you? We're trying to help Apocalypse make some money.
What's he got going on?
At least $1 million. Do you have this Batman video?
I mean, if the dude figured it out, the dude figured it out. You can't force people to watch, but for like, you can force your friends and family to watch for like a minute, but after that, if they don't like it, they don't like it. So he must have something compelling.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
plenty of.
I've also come to the conclusion that they use artificial intelligence to boost their numbers, which is probably where like 30,000 of these people are coming from. Because you're not
You're
going to give me the
you're
100
breaking
people.
you're breaking up.
Yep, it's time for you to go. I just want Jeff to myself, anyways.
You haven't
I'll go,
abandoned me yet.
I'll go sub for sub if you want Apocalypse. Drop my link since you don't give me a wrench, dickhead.
Yeah, I'll drop you a link. Here, go sub to Barney.
Yeah, Israel, Trump, Ukraine. It's all very exciting stuff. Oh, Kai Sanat. This dude is like super popular. This dude is like a millionaire, I
Oh,
thought.
you
Didn't he
know
cause
him?
a riot? He caused a riot in Union Square in New York City, I think.
What? I don't know. I don't even. All I see is the Batman game. Where is the
Whatever.
guy?
Listen. I don't watch this guy. I never heard of him until there was like a riot and they were going to charge him because people got hurt. He's that popular. He's like
Oh,
top tier. He's top tier.
well, Apocalypse. There you go. Go get some viral attention. I'm not saying start a riot. Kai Carlos Sanat, American online streamer.
I don't know what he does other than cause
Is
riots.
that the like? Do we need gimmicks? Oh, hey, news now, Zanny. Yeah, you're welcome. That's courtesy of DeFreak, I believe. Yeah. So is that the? Do we need to go out and cause some kind of online gimmick in person to go viral, and that's how we get our numbers?
Did
I'm
you
not
not hear?
above that.
Did you
I'm
not
pretty
hear?
desperate.
Again, he was wildly popular, and he said, "Yo, show up here." He's so popular that like thousands of people descended upon a small little place in Manhattan. He didn't become popular because of that. He was already
He was
popular.
already popular, so he
Yes.
legitimately became popular from playing these games.
I don't know how he became popular. I just know that he's popular. I don't know what his deal is.
All right, let me read his story.
Whatever he
Welcome to
does, I'm
Freak.
not interested. But it's whatever he does is.
Well, we might be able to learn from him though.
Well,
'Cause I
he's
don't feel
young.
like I'm maximizing my potential here.
Well, he's young. He's got like the
I need
look,
some
the style.
advice,
Maybe
some solicited advice.
um,
What's up,
Guys.
Freak?
yeah. What's up, freak?
First, wanted to comment on the title. I'm learning, and I think I've finally learned now at 50 that the best advice is no advice, because you could literally have someone who's completely broken down on their luck, homeless, worthless, useless, all the things, and even they won't take any advice or any type of leadership whatsoever. And so don't even bother. Don't even bother telling anybody anything, because it's not going to matter. They're not going to do it anyway.
But is that the point of advice? Do they have to do it, or is just offering it enough? At least you've offered it. StreamYard kicked you. Oh, well, we're still gonna try to crack this money-making scheme. So stick around if you can. Um,
I wouldn't even offer anymore at this point unless someone asks. I mean, I'll probably still troll around in the YouTube chat, but
do you feel like that compromises your free speech?
no,
I
just
don't
feel
care
like
if people
people-
give me advice. I don't have to take it or listen to it. It doesn't hurt them to say it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for a reasonable person, yeah.
But I also don't think of myself as useless, worthless, all that other stuff you
No.
said either.
No, and you're reasonable. Actually, I've taken your advice to heart actually more than
Ooh.
once. So,
Yikes.
first of all, the person has to have an open heart and an open mind. And if they're not asking you for it specifically, for me anyway, it's just not worth wasting the oxygen or the keystrokes.
Well, it's definitely volatile. I lost some people today over advice, over talking about advice. So it's a very hot topic. It's one of the most hot button topics I think I've had on the stream. People are very touchy about advice for some reason.
I think so. Like Jack Talcott's show would prove that. Just watching it over a week, like Jack gives a lot of advice, but I don't think that one person actually, takes it to heart because everyone's still just trolling him for the most part. It seems like,
I
unfortunately.
mean, when I give advice, I don't expect anyone to take it. Like, like if they don't take it, I'm fine with that. I'm just at least putting it out there. But what they do with it is up to them. I don't have a stake in it either way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like blanket advice broadcasting over, some sort of medium, sure, I could see that. But like if someone is just basically, if someone is literally down on their luck or having a hard time, and they still are too stubborn to even listen to what you have to say, and you're trying to help them, and it's like, at what point is it just like, you know. Uh, maybe I'm just kind of in the defeatist mode right now because I was fishing around on YouTube, and I'm seeing still a lot of woke these woke leftist chat streams going on, and they still are basically paranoid and full of TDS, and that kind of brings me down a little bit. So
Oh,
maybe it's just me. Any
it could be.
advice?
I don't know what you. I don't watch those streams. I don't know what you're watching them for at all. I don't expose myself to that. I don't know. Do you have any advice, Barney? What's your relationship to advice?
Uh, I do have some advice, um, but then sometimes I feel like I shouldn't give it because I'm not perfect. So then I
But
have this
all
whole
it is
complex.
information or opinion. It doesn't like I think people make more big. It doesn't bother me at all to hear advice. If I don't think it's useful, I just ignore it. It's not a big deal for me to hear it, and it's not a big deal for me to say advice, to offer advice to other people. They don't have to take it. And people are really touchy about advice in a way that I don't understand. They second guess and they think really hard about should I give. And for me, it's just part of conversation. Advice, people give advice all the time. They give their opinion on things constantly. And it's not, I don't see it as a big deal. And apparently I'm in the minority because to other people it is a very big deal. And there's very specific rules and expectations around advice. And if they're not followed, it can end friendships. And that I
Well,
don't understand that relationship to advice.
okay, it's this. If you give someone advice and the receiver is insecure, they feel it as an attack,
Well, that's not
and
That's
that's the
pretty good.
problem.
that's not my problem, and hopefully they can separate my intention from whatever's going on inside of them. But I guess they can't.
But sometimes they can't.
That's pretty good analysis there.
Thanks. If you gave me some advice, I
I give
I,
you
I don't
advice
know.
all the
I
time.
vacillate with my securities. Sometimes it depends on what it is in regards to, I guess. And I'm very self-depreciating. But when you're very self-depreciating, you kind of allow and invite other people to give you advice in a way. Um, but people don't like it. Really insecure people, they don't want advice because they feel they're on a path. They feel they're right. And anything it will give them like an existential crisis. They're like, "Oh, I thought I was supposed to do A, B, and C."
Well, then they shouldn't be around me. They're too fragile to be around me.
But they need
Because
advice
if I
more than
have an
anyone.
opinion on something, I'm going to express it.
But they need advice more than anyone. But you got to build up their self-esteem to be able to receive it and
I
effectively
just don't
utilize it.
understand that. I guess I
I mean,
don't.
like right now, I just gave you advice, and you're not accepting it. Like
Right.
maybe let's look
Because
at
I
that.
don't
Like,
understand it. It's not advice that
am
makes
I
sense
not
to me. I'm
explaining
not
it?
saying you're wrong. You with these particular people that you're talking about, you're probably right. That probably is the right approach. I just don't understand those people enough to be the one to be in the role of having to help them. I know to make long-lasting change, it has to come from within anyway. So if I give advice and they don't have the intrinsic motivation to make the change, my advice is not going to do anything. It's harmless. It's useless. So long term, if I actually
It could be
care
harmful.
and am
No, it could
trying
be
to get
harmful.
someone to make some kind of change that they themselves want to make, I have to work with kind of motivational interviewing more than advice giving and helping them develop the motivation for themselves to take the advice.
I mean, you said a lot of shit there, right? I mean, don't you have a men's channel where you're trying to help men,
Yeah, you need some help.
not just for sexual gratification? And wouldn't you need, somehow to be a good messenger to help men and to build them up? And you're just, I don't know, you're like
I just
you're
explained it.
shooting down my advice, which
Not
seems like
shoot.
it
That's your
just
insecurity
shows.
complex again.
It
I'm
could
not
be.
shooting it down. I'm just saying I don't understand it.
You
I
don't
can't
understand
relate to
what?
it.
Let me explain it again.
When you said that some people are so fragile, you have to build up their ego before they're able to hear the advice. And I said, if that's the case, if not even with advice, if I have to build up somebody's fragile ego to hear anything I have to say, then they shouldn't be hanging around me because I'm not gonna.
No, stop right there. That's where you're wrong.
No,
Those are the people that need you the most, dum dum.
no, those are not the people that need me the
They
most.
need
Those are
you the
the
most. They
exact
are
type
your
of people I'm not looking to try to help. I've showed that chart so many times.
what chart?
Of
Show me the chart. I
all
haven't
right,
seen it.
hang on, let me pull it up. This one.
The people, those are the ones that need your help more than anyone. Why
No,
don't you?
see that's.
You're only going to help the
These are
advanced
the
people?
people I'm trying to help. The people at this threshold of independence that have, look, most self-determined. They have a degree of self-determination. The people you're talking about are the ones right here at the bottom. People close to the bottom have likely been affected by long-term damage, making them the most difficult people to help. I have said over and over, I am not targeting my services toward here. I am targeting it toward people that are trying to become self-empowered, autonomous, and independent. These are the people I'm trying to help. Explicitly not these. I have done probably 50 streams showing this chart and saying the exact same thing I just said.
Well,
So I'm on record over and over and over saying the opposite of what you're telling me I need to help.
okay. Well,
I don't think you are, Apocalypse,
you're
but
talking over me,
I
by the
don't
way.
know you
I
that well.
haven't seen that chart. As you know, we have our lovers' quarrels, and I unfollow you for a while until I come back. So I haven't seen that chart, but
Well,
that is interesting. Well, go ahead with the insult. Let's hear it.
no, I was going to say you're not in the minority with that. That's been happening a lot lately, not
Uh,
just with you. So I'm validating what you just said.
I mean, honestly, telling me that I'm like everyone else is kind of an insult. Like maybe that's my insecurity.
I know, just can't win
You
with you.
can't,
But
not with me. I
but
guess
tell me,
I'm not the preferred type client that you're looking for.
yeah. So do you understand what it like
What's
about
the name of that chart? Is that like something that people know of?
the
What's it called?
guy I started the first podcast with? Put that together. It was from his website. He had this self determination project, and he put it together as part of that. And we developed our podcast together, and it was all about
Who?
autonomy and self determination and self empowerment
That
and
dude that
community building.
used to be with you? The what's his face?
Huh? No, he was a little trans guy, trans man. He was intersex actually. It's
Which
New
one?
World Chaos. It's on my channel. I have a playlist. It's my old channel that I had before this one.
Didn't
His
I
name
meet
was
him? You had
Nemo.
some weirdos when I first started.
Well, I got weirdos now. We got one guy over here called Da Freak.
Okay, so where am I? So you made this chart, bro? That's
No,
based.
he made it.
Do I know him or not?
Probably not.
I met you when you're hanging out with like Moose and
He
that.
was on Benjamin Boyce one time.
What was that guy's name? When you remember that?
Lib,
No, what was the other one though?
Chris.
Yeah, was it Chris the guy who built it?
No, this is way before, years before Chris.
Okay, so let's find out where I am on the chart.
Hang
Let's
on.
see if there's any hope for me and you. I love that you made your own chart.
Why is it's you? It's hope for you. I have nothing to do with it. The chart is the individual chart.
Isn't this good content, dickhead? I mean, you're just so
It's
I'm
old content. It's
I'm
content I've shown this
I
chart so many times.
no where like everyone who comes up here should be like, where are
Okay,
you on this chart?
look, the
Like,
zone
this
of
is good
transformation.
content.
This is, see these green arrows and red arrows? The red arrows are everything that are pulling you down and keeping you from achieving self-determination. And the green arrows are everything that are supporting you in that. And as you cross this threshold of independence, this zone of transformation, your forces start to move in the positive direction, where you're more autonomous and self-determining, and you're less at the mercy of other people and your environment. And as you stabilize at this top part, then you're able to achieve your goals a lot more effectively, and you're more resilient, and you're less thrown off by all the stuff life throws at you or that other people say to you. See, there's natural forces that push up or down on each person. Once a person passes above the threshold, the forces mostly tend to be positive, pushing them in the direction they're trying to go. And down here, you have the person beat down by all of the negative forces that they couldn't overcome.
So let's make a chart and put all the YouTubers on it. Where am I on this chart?
I don't know. You'd have to determine that for yourself.
I'm really just, this is like such good content. I'm really just giving you a slow ball pitch. I'm helping you out. I'm working with this chart you have, which is awesome.
Hey, Hank. Well,
Yeah,
thank
like-
you very much.
And you just like, okay, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about getting your nose waxed? I did that. It was awesome. I mean, what kind of content do you want, bro? I got my ears and my nose waxed. It was awesome. I'm all fresh, waxed up,
Well,
ready to go.
I take whatever content people show up with. There's no specific type that I'm.
No, you don't, because I just showed an interest in something you had.
Well,
you
we've already
always
covered your
shut me
nose
down.
hair wax.
I know. I
That's
don't
not
want to
new
talk about it.
content.
That's
Neither
why
is this
I'm
chart.
trying to talk about your chart, and you're just like.
I was trying to learn about
what
this
is your
black
problem?
Batman, actually, and the Freak and I were talking about advice and stuff. And then you were telling me how I needed to build up people's fragile egos before I talk to them.
Okay, what do you want me to talk about, Jeff?
But this is an unsafe space. Fragile egos should not be here.
Okay, so am I fragile or not? Again, where am I on your fucking chart? Let's determine.
You have to decide where you are.
No, you're the boss. It's your channel. You came
I'm
up
the
with-
one looking
you're
for
boss.
the
You're the
hey
boss of this
attractable.
channel.
Definitely great content.
Thanks, the freak.
You're kidding. I feel like this is the low
Yeah,
point
Jeff,
of the night.
you and me are great content, dickhead. And as soon as
Listening to that guy's story
scared to
about his
admit it.
washing machine was way better content than what
You
we're
and
doing
me are
now.
good content, and you always insult me by pretending it's not. F you, Jeff. F you.
Well, you know
That's
how
why
I can
always
tell by the
unsubscribe.
numbers and the super chats that roll in. So
So where are the
when I
numbers?
see enough super chats, I will be convinced. I'm losing subs. I dropped under 800 again.
You just got a $2 super chat from Flamey.
Not lies. I have never banned anybody for telling me to calm down. That is misinformation. Quit your lying. I've never banned someone for that.
All right, let's see.
I've taken them off the channel. I have never banned them.
Let's see.
Oh, you're trying to share this link? Oh, fuck. I wonder if you could put in the comments. That would be hilarious if we had Black Batman come over. Because he could give us advice.
Dude, Kai Cenat is not our demographic.
Look, I lost another sub. Grills Trillions just unsub too.
How do you know that?
Because he said so.
You did.
Adios,
You've been at
turd
800.
nuggets.
You've been at 800 since I've been here, dickhead. And you're
No,
still.
I was at 7-something when I started.
Yeah, well, you're at 800 now, dickhead.
I know, but I was higher than that before. Like, I dropped to 700. So I'm
You've done
climbing
nothing
back
but
up.
gain.
I hover at 800. That I have plateaued at 800. That is my limit. That is the universal maximum of the people that my content has the ability to reach.
It's not
I
true.
just have to accept that.
Where are you in the chart? Much lower than I expected.
No,
We should take
I'm that
Put that in the
threshold of
bucket plug.
independence and beyond.
I think you're like a 4 or whatever. You're lower than it.
4 is the threshold of independence.
Okay, you're at 3.75.
Actually, the numbers, the higher the higher the better. I mean, the lower the better. 1 is the top,
Oh, all right. Well, then you're whatever. You're the bad number.
and 7 is the bottom. So there's only 7 numbers.
Listen.
Yeah, I could tell you're in a bad mood.
I'm not in a bad
And
mood.
look, it's not affecting me at all. That's how resilient and independent I am.
I'm not in a bad mood. I see potential in you, but you're just so resistant. You're such a dickhead. Your live viewers watchers have gone up.
What? Okay.
You haven't
What,
lost any subs. You're just a dick.
you know I'm half retarded, right? I thought we were talking about people with fragile egos, and all of a sudden it's about me and advice you're trying to give me personally. So it switched somewhere, and I didn't pick up on the switch.
Jeff's not a dick.
Oh,
You were giving me advice on how to help, like how to give advice to people with fragile egos, and next thing I know, you're pretending like you're trying to help me.
Oh, what are you beyond fucking help? Are you so great you can't take
No,
advice?
obviously
I know
not.
another.
The
I know
numbers the
another
numbers
YouTuber who
back
acts
that
just like
up.
that.
I could
So
definitely use help.
here we go.
Well,
Untrackable can help you.
Okay, hey, Attractable. I trust Attractable's advice.
Okay, well,
Oh,
Jeff, good luck, dickhead. I'm gonna unsub
Barney,
because you didn't.
don't.
I
I've
did.
already lost people today.
I just did. Boom.
No,
F you.
put your sub back.
No, because you're a
No,
dick.
you're being a little bit. You're being a little baby. Stop this. This is
No,
not.
I'm being a bitch. Let's say it like it is. Call it like
Well,
it is. I'm
that
being
too.
a
You're
big.
being a little bitch, a little
I'm being
baby
a
bitch.
big bitch,
he's
a
having
big
a
poop.
midlife.
I'm not gonna beg
crisis.
you to sub. There's
I'll sub back when you stop being a dickhead.
this is the pun. He punishes me with sub numbers. With his one sub, that's his one power over me.
Or maybe when you act right, I'll use all my ghost
See,
accounts.
you're trying to control me and manipulate me.
There could be something to that. I could see that, sure. But I'm a dickhead. But it's just the kind of energy you give out. It's the kind of energy you get back. I don't know what to say. I mean, you're a
Well,
dickhead.
the energy is what it is, and I am prepared to take the consequences for if people don't like my energy.
Okay,
So if my
you
energy
fell.
costs is my energy is very real. I'm not dissembling. I'm saying what's on my mind. I'm reacting in the moment. If that's costing me a sub, I just have to live with that consequence. Because the
Right.
alternative is to be fake, and
It's not the
I'm
alternative.
not prepared to do that.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
not the
Untrackable.
alternative. The alternative is not.
Is to do what you
It's not.
say and act
No,
like you want me to act
wrong,
instead of
wrong,
how
wrong.
I am
It's to face
acting,
reality.
the
It's to
real
face
act.
reality. Stop downgrading our relationship and acting like we don't have something
Okay,
special.
can we hear from He
I
just
just
showed up.
talked. No, I just talked to Kai Sanat, and he gave me some advice. He said, if you want to get 1 million subs, you and Jeff need to figure out a way to work together, and you'll easily get it within the year. That's what he said, dickhead. So just remember that. Have fun at
Well, we're doing it. We're
$7.99.
doing a terrible job. It takes two to figure that out. And
Have fun at $7.99. I'll see you when I stop acting like a
Okay.
Hey,
bitch.
maybe
Take it easy. Bye.
maybe you
Have a
need to
good day.
send. I was gonna say maybe you need to send him a copy of the chart so he can self-study or something.
Yeah, I could do that. Here, I'll pop it to you on Discord. Untrackable, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I saw you were up and you guys were talking about a chart. I did not catch so much of that. So I have no input about what was going on. So I'm not even going to pretend like I know.
It's we can move on. I'm happy to. It's the chart was being exploited for lame content.
I got you. It's okay. But no, it's just
But there's
another
this
day.
guy on Twitch. Have you heard of him, Kai Sanat? And he dresses up like Black Man. I mean, I'm sorry, Batman. And he plays video games. And he makes $100,000. And so we were trying to analyze what he's doing that we could learn from. And of course, Barney
Yeah,
made it all about his bit.
I've heard of him. I've seen him as clips on YouTube and stuff like that. I think it's the broader production rather than just a single personality. You know what I mean? So many people do that same thing where they get together and they support each other in such a way to where it's so much bigger. So he's the face of that. Basically the house that he is part of.
Oh, you mean there's multiple, it's not just him, there's like a whole, like a drag house. So I've never seen him before. Let me see. Hopefully I can use his content. Oh, wait, it's copyrighted. Is he just, maybe I'll just watch him on mute.
But let me tell you why this is the Mesu.
You can't even understand
you can't
him.
really see my mouth, so you don't know what emotion I got going on. This is why this suit is
Right.
the
That's what
best.
exactly. I can't read
Okay?
emotion from words, just
This is
words.
why this suit right here
And people seem to think I should be able to.
is so crazy,
I
bro.
will say I
You
love
can't
his
really tell, bro.
room.
You feel me? W's in the
I like
chat.
his room more than I like him.
W's in the chat. What is y'all favorite
He
suit
comes
out
on
of the
very
entire series,
aggressive.
y'all? What is the favorite suit? Oh, hold on.
I do this. I
Robin!
spurg out like this.
Conan and Robin.
I
Well,
mean, he's
I'm not
also like,
seeing it. I'm just not seeing the big. I'm not seeing $100,000 worth of content.
well, different people attract, you know, different communities and whatnot. I will say that
I
nothing that I've seen is on the intellectual level, but it can be entertaining to some. You know, the dress up, the social stuff that goes on behind his head while he's streaming and stuff like that. Because I mean, imagine if you're doing your thing, you're sitting there in your chair, and your friends go and freak out behind you. Yeah. And you and you basically just kind of shrug it off like, yeah, that just happened. You know what I mean?
Is that what he does on his show? Like people
Yeah.
dress
And
up
and
and do
and
things behind him. I would love that if people had people behind me.
and collaborations with others, you know.
Yeah,
I
I've
guess
tried that.
you really have to have
Barty
some
and I
sort of
just tried to do one.
budget. So like some of these people travel and, you know, they show themselves collaborating in, you know, out in the real world and things like that. But
Yeah, I would love that. I've been inviting people for that. I'm just so far no takers. But I like what my community. I like my community. I like what my channel has attracted. So I'm happy with.
yeah. And you know, there's something to be said about natural growth versus, you know, trying to force something. Because if you think that you can go and buy your way into being popular, um, you know, just take it back to, you know, high school. Just because you dressed a certain way didn't mean you were part of the club. You know what I'm saying?
And you probably can buy your way into being popular with a certain crowd, but it's not the crowd I even care to be popular with. So,
Yeah.
what freak? What you want to continue?
Sure. I was hoping, midlife was gonna talk about Donald Trump and some politics and stuff, but I guess,
That's his
the
stick.
chart
I
the
guess
chart
not.
freaked
I
him
drove him
out.
away. That's two or three in one day.
I think
The
I think
bodies are piling up. Hang on, my roommate needs me real quick. I gotta go see what he wants. I'll be right back.
all
Y'all,
right.
y'all two chat. I'll come right back.
Yeah. So what's up there, Untrackable?
Oh, just living the dream. I had the Monday off,
You
and
in Canada?
no, I'm in the United States. I'm in North Carolina.
Excellent. So what do you think about Donald Trump?
Um, I mean, I don't vote, but I have yet to uh experience anything bad. You know, nobody's taken anything away from me. Nobody's showing up at my door trying to, you know, like the body snatchers. You know, um,
Yeah. So how about like the whole Ukrainian war thing where Joe Biden literally didn't even bother to pick up the phone for any kind of peace talks or any kind of resolution, and yet Donald Trump had basically, right around a month in, has probably secured us mineral rights, actually going to salvage any sovereignty for the Ukrainian people whatsoever, and might have a peace deal hopefully real soon. What do you think in the contrast and comparison in that regard?
it's tough because I think war is absolute hell. Um, lives being lost when deals could be made from the very beginning. But um, when it's comes down to what the U.S. has for deal offers versus two countries going to war kind of independently. Um, I'm a proponent of minding our own business and handling things here at home. That's something that's been on my mind for about the past 20 years is, hey, just because somebody's doing something over there that might affect, the global economy. Um, if nobody attacked us and it just might affect the economy, maybe we should mind our own business and stop doing this fuckery that's going on in our own country. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think I agree with that, but you got to remember one thing with the Ukraine is the whole NATO thing. Joe Biden was the one pushing for Ukraine to join NATO, and that gives them the right to actually install NATO weaponry in Ukraine, which has extorted Russia. And so they would have installed, theoretically or hypothetically, they would have installed nuclear weaponry, right there. And Putin, since like 2011 or 12 or something like that, has been saying all along that if you do that, we're going to have to take over the, we can't allow that. Basically, like the Bay of Pigs was in the 60s for us. So yeah, we did meddle. Joe Biden did meddle. Joe Biden did cause the war. He instigated it, even though yes, Russia invaded Ukraine. He instigated it, like poking someone in the eye. And he did. He after that, even after that, Ukraine applied for NATO status, actually a formal application, and then Joe Biden declined it and still didn't even pick up the phone to call Russia for a peace deal or to try and find a resolution or try to find a deal. Nothing. It was all a big slush fund for the Democrats. How else can you explain it? Anyway, hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's up?
So yeah, I just came up to say that the best advice is no advice.
Well,
Because I think
then I'll
midlife.
probably just keep losing friends because I'm not gonna stop expressing myself and my thoughts. A lot of people like that about me. That they always know where they stand with me. They get what's on my mind. They get transparency. They get the real me. I don't hold things back. If I have a thought about something, I'm going to share it. So for some people, they're looking for that. People that are looking for something different can go find a different person. But that's what you get with me. And advice is part of that. And it's in the spirit of helping. I'm not trying to hurt anybody by offering advice. I have a lot of years of experience and stuff. I'm old. So if people want to turn that into something more negative than it actually is, they're free to do that. But I'm not going to let that define me and change what I do.
Hey,
Shelby, that was Kane's catharsis. Oh, I'm sorry. No, no, no.
am I still coming in clear? Because it seems like
You,
this
yeah,
the
you are.
StreamYard is
That was my roommate from Seattle. Remember
messing up
him?
on my
He
end.
he made it with the AI. So my roommate, my former roommate, made the background. Kane made the animated version that I opened the show with. He took this image and he animated it. Not lost. Twitter doesn't even have headlines. It's tweets. It's people typing stuff. Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, you're getting timeouts. Can you hear us?
I could hear everybody
Uh oh.
just fine.
Freak signal is getting jammed.
Huh.
Well, it looks like it's you and I. Untrackable.
That's okay. I always wish the best for everybody, but discussions can be had about anything, and as long as people accept different views and opinions as independence, then that's how discussions go down, I guess. It's not about winning because you're never going to win a war of words unless you cut somebody else's throat out. You know what I mean?
God, that seems extreme. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's what I do. I give my perspective on things, and people are welcome to give theirs. And I'm trying to create a space where people can come and give their their side of things, even if I don't agree with it or other people don't agree with it.
I
And I
think it's
think I do
cleared
a
up
pretty good
now.
job.
So,
Speak. You sound good.
yeah, yeah, I think it's cleared up now. So, I'll just say one more thing before I drop down back to the chat. I always take your advice to heart, Jeff. At least twice I've come to you and you offered a couple things that, or maybe three times. Two I've accepted and one I kind of rejected, but that's okay. So, I don't think that there's anything wrong in what you're doing. And I think that you are sincere. And I think midlife bro logic is just being selfish because we wouldn't go over his chart and try and psychoanalyze him because he needs attention because he just went and got a nose ring or a nose wax or whatever. Anyway, at this point for me, unless someone specifically asks for advice, I'm not going to bother forecasting it because it just falls on deaf ears. And like I don't have any kind of like leadership qualities. I'm pretty much like I just do my own thing. I don't have a desire to like rally the troops or anything like that. So no one's going to listen to me anyway, unless someone asks me. I'm not going to say anything. Of course, I'm going to troll in the chat. That's my bread and butter. But otherwise, just wanted to address the topic and say hi and everything else. So good seeing you.
Well, you as well. I appreciate it. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you always seem to be inadvertently lighting fires, Jeff. But that's what's so fun about people getting together and talking about shit. It doesn't matter what it is. Some um, like he just said about leadership qualities. If somebody asks me a question, I'm more likely to answer with a story of personal experience and following it through uh, in some way, shape, or form. But I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody what to do ever because that's just not my place in life. I don't feel like I'm gonna take what you just said about, hey, where am I? Well, I can't tell you where you are, and I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you maybe something that came along that was similar and how I am still here today. You know what I mean?
Some people, I think part of the issue is some people will take things as advice that are not necessarily intended specifically. Like they will hear advice, and like you just sharing a story about, well, here's what happened to me or what I did in that situation. Some people will take that as advice. And people are really touchy about advice for some reason. And I think that's the big disconnect with me from the start is I just don't understand why advice is so fraught for some people. Like to me, giving advice is innocent. And if people take it in a way other than innocent, I just don't relate to that psychology. I've just never had that experience with advice. I get advice all the time. I could take it or leave it. But I don't ever think the people are trying to do anything nefarious by giving it to me. And so I tend to have a lot of tolerance for advice. And some people don't. If you give advice the wrong way, or you give too much, or you give it when it's not wanted, they have a very strong reaction to that.
Yeah, and there's something to be said too about when somebody comes with a legit question, a crossroads in real life, versus a debate or an interview question, and and they are responded to, but then they want to argue about. It's like, hey, did you not just, in some way, shape, or form admit that, you're looking for an answer that you don't have, but you don't want to listen to the many voices that may be willing to just, talk it out with you. You know what I mean?
To me, an advice is an opinion, and it's part of free speech. And I'm very suspicious of people that try to make it something other than just that. Especially sometimes what will happen is a topic will come up and people will share their thoughts on that topic or their experiences on that particular topic. And some people will take that as advice. And that kind of chills the ability to just have an open discussion about a topic because now they have to tiptoe around what's advice, what am I going to say that this person doesn't want to hear because they don't want to hear advice, etc. I don't even like to introduce that into a conversation. I just like to keep the conversation open and flowing.
Yeah.
And so when people moralize about advice giving, it adds an extra layer of self-consciousness to the conversation that I think impedes it.
Yeah, for sure. Because, when you put so much weight on your answer as if somebody else is just supposed to automatically accept it. But when you put so much weight on your question to where you will deny all, recommendations or answers, it's a two-way street that we come to. But ultimately, I think people they don't come online to solve problems. They come online to spend time with others and uh, to be entertained. Or are you going to throw your you know fist into the gauntlet? You know what I mean?
Well, one of the things that we tried to do with this channel is solve problems, like be a problem solver. We wanted people to bring our problems. Um, it was Joe Brown's. He decided to leave the show. He's not going to be part of the show anymore. And the decision was made behind the scenes without any kind of discussion or conversation. So that's all I know. And Bro is. I'm assuming Bro is a bit. Because if he were serious, to me, he would approach the discussion a completely different way. But if by bro you mean midlife, bro logic, he's always doing this. It's kind of a shtick with him.
Well, Jeff, I'm gonna say goodnight. I really didn't know what I was getting into pulling up, but I will say it's always fun to hang out with you. Um, uh, I think I thought something else was going. I thought maybe the whatever chart I was going to get an explanation, and
You want?
but
I can show you the chart. You want to see it? it's I've shown
yeah,
it
sure.
before, but it's the chart. It's there's actually three charts. One is the individual level, the program level, and the community level, but it's the spectrums of self-determination. And up here you have the most determination. With see all these green arrows. The green arrows are good. They're all the forces that contribute to you being an autonomous, self-determining person. And then the bottom is see people close to the bottom have been affected by long-term damage, making them difficult to help. Um, and it's just as you move up the chart, you become more and more self-determined and more independent, more and more resilient. You have more agency. You're more in control of your own life. You can make your own choices and decisions, and they're less at the mercy of outside influences. And once you cross this dotted line in the middle, the forces tend to be mostly upward instead of downward. Here, there's more of a downward pull. And once you cross here, there's more of an upward pull that moves you forward. And so you can kind of chart where you are on this spectrum of self-determination. So that's the chart we were talking about. And Barney wanted us to find where he was.
Okay. I don't see why that would be turned into what I witnessed when I came in, but
I don't I don't have an explanation for that. It's, other than it's Barney doing a bit.
yeah, but
So I don't
it's all good. I'm gonna say goodnight. It's pushing 11 o'clock Eastern time, so I'll see you again.
Okay, yeah, have a good night. I'll be out tomorrow this week, so thanks for coming up and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, take care.
You too. Take care. Not lies. I didn't do anything. What I saw the same thing everybody else saw. So I didn't do anything other than talk, like express my opinion. Hey, welcome back. What's up?
You're not being accountable to yourself. That's the worst thing about your show. You have this great show, great ideas, great charts that you for some reason don't want to like talk about and put me on.
I've done so many streams.
I'm talking. Right? I mean, you have to re-show your good stuff like over and over again, bro. Like even if you have a 4-hour show, you have to like just say the same shit over and over again. I just talked to Kai Sanat. He gave me some tips. That was one of them. And
before we get into that, can I ask you something? You said that's the worst thing about my show. What is the worst thing again?
Lack of accountability of men on this show, and it's the thing that drives me freaking berserk.
Who am I accountable to?
To yourself, to honesty, to the world.
Then let me be accountable to myself. That doesn't require you to police.
I'm giving you advice.
Yeah.
Did you fix the spelling yet?
Huh? I did.
Okay,
thank you for that. That was
no
good
problem.
advice.
Okay.
Yeah, I am accountable to myself. So that doesn't involve you. That's why it's called self.
Well, you're not. You act like you didn't do anything, and I've told you 1,000 times. You pretend like you and my relationship on YouTube is not special and magical, and you try to play it down, and you know that's wrong. You know that we are a great team, and you treat me like a fat chick. You treat me like an ugly chick that only comes by after midnight and leaves before 3. I mean, bro.
You think this is a great team? This is your benchmark for greatness?
We are a good team, and you're always
This
trying
is
to
dysfunctional. This is a borderline dysfunctional abusive relationship.
Yeah, you're the abusive one, and you're the dysfunctional one.
I'm just
crazy.
sitting here. I'm not even the one up here starting trouble and saying
You should be
stuff.
concerned that I'm the most based and rational one in this relationship. That's crazy.
Okay, well, what were his tips?
What were Kai
said he had
tips?
7? Did you say he had 7 tips?
Kai Sanat gave me some tips. Yeah.
Okay.
He said that specifically for you, you need to hold yourself and your guests accountable. Right? You are in here saying, "Oh, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing." You did. You're nasty.
Here's
you're
the
mean,
thing: he can run his panel like he wants it, and I'm going to run my channel like I want it.
And this goes back to the title: taking advice. This is advice direct from Kai Sanat.
Okay.
He's got like 10 trillion
I've
subs.
noted.
Like $1
the
million
advice is
every
noted.
week.
I've received the advice. What's the next tip?
$52 million a year, and you're just turning it down.
Okay, what's the next tip?
He says that he thinks that you and me are a great team. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hold up. God damn it. Mayor Brandon Scott was right at the park right next to my house.
Was it what?
He was at the park next to my house. I didn't pull.
Do you need to go catch him?
He ain't there now.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, this isn't the one next to my house.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. False alarm.
Can I give you
That
some
was last year.
advice?
Oh, do you want
Like-
the 7 tips or not? Yeah, give me some
Yeah,
advice.
no, I do. Go ahead.
He said that I need to break through to you to somehow get you to let your guard
That seems
down.
like advice for
and-
you, not me.
And just admit that you and me are a great team and stop undercutting it.
That's
stop
the same
insulting
tip
us.
as number one. Does he have new tips? Like
It's not the same. No, the first one is
that are
be
tips that are
accountable
different from
to
each other.
yourself and hold your guests accountable to themselves. Otherwise,
I'm
then
not
you're-
here to hold people accountable. That's not my role.
Why not?
Because
what's the
who am
mission
I to
statement?
hold someone accountable to themselves?
What's the mission statement
I'm
of
not
this show?
somebody's conscience.
What is the mission statement of this show?
You can read the community guidelines. It's definitely not to hold someone accountable. So if you find that anywhere, show it to me.
What is the purpose of your show? I want to know.
Conversation, support, education, community building. Those are the 4 big ones, I'd say. Entertainment, now and then when it happens.
All right, well, you're not supporting others when you're not holding each other accountable, right?
Yeah, you can
You're
support.
not building community when you just like.
Well, then
brush over the
again,
top.
go do it your way on your channel. Let me do it my way here. You
I'm
keep
giving
coming
you
back.
advice. I'm
Did
giving
you
advice.
resub?
No, because you're still pissing me off. You're still
I
at
let you back,
$7.99.
didn't I? Okay, what's tip number 3? Because tip number 2 was about something for you to do.
There it is. This is the perfect example of you not being accountable. You act like you're innocent. You act like you didn't do nothing. You're wrong.
Okay, what did I do? What is it you think I did? I'll play. I'll
You always try to downplay how awesome we are as a team.
That's my big crime. That's my sin. Is I downplay how off. I don't think this is not awesome to me. If I observed this, if I saw me and you on a bench in the mall and I was a third party walking by, I would not say, "Oh, look at that awesome couple interacting."
Wait, we're YouTubers. Dude, we're not sitting on a bench in a mall, right? I don't know. Like that really threw
Okay,
me
at a
off.
McDonald's. If we were sitting in a booth at a McDonald's eating fries, and I walked by and I heard us interacting, I would not think awesome couple.
Look, I don't talk to strangers, bro. Like I don't know.
Okay, I don't know how to get.
Like what do you like, bro? You don't.
Well,
just
let's go on to the next tip.
sit here bothering people at McDonald's. I mean,
Okay.
what do you, bro?
I can't fake pretending that I think this is awesome when I don't. I think it's dysfunctional. So what's the next step? you
So
recommend?
okay, so you think you and me are what?
Dysfunctional.
Do we have any potential? Do we have any magic? What do we have? Do we have anything?
I think there's potential because I think we've exhibited it on more than one occasion.
Okay.
But then we get mired in dysfunction in the process a lot. So if there was a way to like a band, if there was a way to harmonize consistently, we could actualize our potential. But we keep hitting. I think we hit more wrong notes than we do make beautiful music.
But I think we're closer than anyone else.
And tonight it seemed like a lot of it came from you when you came up here and started your.
There it is. Your lack of accountability. I show an interest in something you created. It's great content. It's genuinely interesting. I want to understand myself. I admire your chart. I admire what's going on. I'm looking for a little help.
I didn't make it.
Just like you
I don't want to
said,
get credit.
trying to build community here, and you just shut me down and act like we're not special. I'm the closest of your guests to something special. And it's like rough because we're getting ready to make a breakthrough. Can you put up a poll, please? Is Barney good or bad for Jeff? Please on YouTube. Let's do it. Let's go. Come on. And we'll let the 9 million viewers determine the fate of our relationship right here and right now. Here and now.
Let's take a poll. We can shove it up your ass.
Yeah, there you go again.
Is
like always trying to
Barney
push the base shit.
Good or bad
for the show?
Jeff. Oh, for
for
the
the show.
show. Okay, not for me personally.
Well, I mean, you and the show are kind of
For Jeff
intricately
and or
woven.
the show.
I don't know. This is a good question. I guess, but are you? You are the show. So let's just say Jeff. Let's
Okay,
say Jeff.
and like the numbers do not lie. Like when Mike shows up, the numbers back up his.
What the numbers are? When I'm on, you have higher numbers. I've been watching them, and it's facts.
Oh, I'd have to see
Facts.
some data on
Fact.
that. All right,
I've been
there we
watching
go.
it.
Oh, I didn't. How long does it go for? I didn't set a time.
Is Barney good or bad for Jeff? Yes or no? Can you make a proper poll, please?
That's what you told me to write.
Is Barney good
Oh,
or
for the
bad for Jeff?
Jeff.
Yes or
Sorry.
no?
Let me. Hey, ignore that poll. I'm gonna do a different one. Sorry. All right, here we go. I thought you could time it, like they.
Time what?
How long you want it to go?
The poll?
Yeah.
Lol, that's what he said. You just end it when you want. I don't know if there's time.
Okay. Is Barney good or bad for Jeff? There we go.
What do you think
end
of
it in,
Barney on the
like,
show?
5
Good or
minutes.
bad? This is not. It's not a yes no, bro. Just type in Barney and then have a good or bad. That's it.
That's the same thing.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
I see. Because it's okay. I see what you're talking about.
Just type in Barney and
All right,
say good
ignore
or
that
bad.
poll. All right.
This was
So
determined.
we'll have to do it like, is Barney good for Jeff?
No, just type Barney and then say good is one answer, or bad is another. Just really simple and straightforward. Quick answer, it's simple. Let's see. Let's see what this poll says. Let's see what the truth is, right?
Okay, something's going with your mic.
Oh, here you go.
I probably should not have said anything.
There you go.
There we go. That's the poll.
What are the results? What did the exit polls say?
I can't hear anything.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
What did the exit polls say?
No, I can't. I can't hear you.
Can you hear that?
I hear you banging on your microphone.
Okay, well, can you hear me talking?
It comes
Hello?
in and out.
So that's what she said.
Well, look, so far,
Hello?
like three. Oh, it's going to. I don't know. This is an interesting poll.
Uh-oh.
It's going all over the place. It was at 75% good. Now it's at 2/3 good.
It's still been
Man, but this is the
50%.
panel verse. Everybody here's dysfunctional. You're not going to get an accurate. You're not going to get a. You're going to get the dysfunctional version of the answer, because they want to see the drama.
No, my YouTube polls are 100%
No,
accurate,
I have to trust my audience.
with plus or minus 0 margin of error. That's what mine
Are
are.
you? Is there a bot manipulating this poll?
67%, bro. Read it and fucking weep, dickhead.
Come on, y'all.
See, this is the problem. You act like we're not good. The math doesn't lie. You're such a girl, right? Math doesn't lie. You know, what are
As
you gonna say now?
desperate to achieve. But Shelby, the thing is, he has way higher numbers than I do.
I don't.
I
though.
should be riding his coattail, and he's here slumming on my little channel.
You never come to my channel, dickhead.
Because
You're an asshole.
you do the vertical. We did a whole show together last week.
Well, let's do another one. Let's talk
And by the
about
way,
it.
did you ever hear from Dr. Todd?
No.
I did think about that, talking about accountability. I think I was a little hard on him.
Don't say me and hard on in the same sentence. Homo.
On Todd. Hard on
Rephrase
Todd.
it. Oh, okay.
Grande. I think
Yeah.
I think I was a bit hard on him, because I think that
Can you
it's
not use the term hard on? You're just so gay.
you can't
Can
don't
you-
tell me how to talk. If you don't like my
I am.
words, then go find a partner whose words you like.
I'm giving you advice. Since you're so gay, you should never say hard on. It's
You're
just super
micromanaging.
gay.
There's a difference between giving advice and micromanaging. Maybe that was Joe's point from earlier.
I'm giving advice and you're not accepting it, and I'm right on the point.
I don't have to accept your advice. That was my whole argument all night, is people can give advice all day long and nobody has to accept it. It's an exchange of dialogue and information. That's it. It's conversation. So you can speak it, you can put it out to the universe, and I can do whatever the hell I want with it, including nothing at all. Todd, what's his name? Todd Grande, Dr. Todd Grande. He's a internet. What is he? Is he really a psychologist? They said he wasn't.
Who
He
said
has a
that?
YouTube channel and he talks about topics, and he's really kind of he's kind of monotone and just flat. But he has like millions of viewers, and I was wondering how he had that many viewers with that scant of a personality. But then when I thought about it, he's giving educational topics. All he's doing is giving information. So for something like that, you don't have to have. It doesn't require personality because people go to the channel for the information, not necessarily for the personality. So I was applying a totally different paradigm to his channel than he's actually there for. I wasn't really tuned in to what he's doing, what he's there to do. And once I started looking at it that way, I realized that you don't really need a personality. So he's okay.
I'm not going to sit here and talk about him again. It was so stupid last
We don't
time.
have to. Did you go up? Did you
Let me just
finish?
state,
Was
let me
his
just state for
faces
the record.
tips?
Let me state for the record that Dr. Todd Grande is awesome,
Personality helps me too. Like it
and
definitely.
he tells jokes and he's funny. But you have to
I didn't hear
listen
you
to it.
tried to show me some
Well,
jokes,
because you
but
have to listen to it, right? If you don't like it, it's fine. It's fine.
I did listen to him, but I didn't see the joke.
I'm not going. I don't know why we're getting sucked into the Dr. Todd
We're
Grande
not,
debate.
because you keep bringing him up. So
You
quit
brought it up.
gaslighting like I'm the one keeping it going.
You brought it up.
I just asked, can we finish the rest of Sinat's tips? And you keep talking about Ty Grande after saying that you want to move on.
You brought it up. I mean, I don't know what kind of weird planet you live in.
Yeah, but I've
Right.
moved on. I'm waiting for you to talk about Sinat's tips.
I
Wasn't
already
it
gave you
Kai?
like his top 3 tips, and you
I thought you
didn't
had
like it.
7.
Yeah, but you don't deserve the other 4.
Oh, okay. Well, how are we gonna improve our relationship if you're gonna withhold?
I mean,
And if you don't think I'm worthy of some internet Batman's tips, how am I going to take you seriously that this is a healthy relationship and this has positive potential for a long-term partnership?
okay, so you just did
You
a lot
play
of things
game.
there.
I feel like you play games.
Look, you be playing Monopoly all the time. Just let me explain to you
I
what you
hate
just did.
Monopoly. We talked about it earlier in the stream. How much I hate Monopoly.
Are you gonna let me get some words out, or just gonna like interrupt?
Yeah, no, you get where, but you had a whole clip about interrupting that you made, and I don't even go on your show, so you must have made it for other people that you have the same issue with. Not even me.
There's just so much non accountability here, honestly, and
I
it's
don't
so
owe
much.
you accountability.
We can we just like we need a you need a dry erase board with the topic at hand, because anytime I try to talk about it, you always like shift to a different topic just to throw me off. Right when I get to the meat of it, right when I'm ready to break it down and really teach you something, really give you some advice, you just change the topic to something stupid. So just pick a topic. I'm going to talk about what you said about Kai Cenat. You just undermined and undercut and basically roasted him, saying he's some internet Batman.
I
Dude,
just
he's
said he
one
doesn't
of,
have personality. No, oh, Kai Cenat. Okay, yeah,
you said he's,
what I saw of him is he was in a Batman costume, yelling
yeah,
into the camera
yeah.
like
Again,
Batman.
that's not how he became famous. He is out here. He obviously has some type of talent, some type of skill, and he's making millions of dollars. And he's young. I mean, imagine being a 25-year-old YouTuber, rich,
And he's black.
bro. Talk about winning. Talk about winning. And you're just like he's an internet Batman. Like, first off, stop belittling people. Stop minimizing people's contributions to society and to their life. That's the first step, right? Stop doing that to other
Don't
people.
tell me
You are trying to stand on
you're
people
trying to
to make
micromanage the
yourself higher,
content
but
in my
really you're just
speech.
slipping in quicksand.
You're Karen. You're Karening right now.
You
Midlife Karen logic.
are trying
Can
to
I
make.
ask you a question?
Can I finish the topic? There you go again.
Yeah, let me
I'm
know
getting
when I can
into it.
ask you a question. And
I'll let you know.
okay.
I'll let you know. Right? I forget what I was talking about. You just keep belittling Kai Cenat. All right, pick another topic, but just pick one topic and we're going to talk about it. Go.
Well, I had a question, but I was waiting for
Go
you
ahead,
to.
ask.
Okay. How much do you make on your channel?
Depends how much I work.
Just rough, like monthly average.
I mean,
Like for
average.
example, Kai Cenat makes 100,000. Supposedly, how much do you make
I mean, last year I think I made like $1,600.
for the whole year?
Yeah.
God, that's so okay.
I mean, it's okay. Yeah, it's not really going to pay the bills, but considering I used to make nothing, it's not bad. It's
Right. I'm just trying to
decent growth.
establish ethos and how like credible I should take your advice.
So okay, so is the goal to make money? Why not just start a freaking OnlyFans and sell your pussy? Probably make some money off that. You could do like a reindeer theme. You could have like your lover dress up like
They have
Santa
a whole
Claus.
website, a whole porno site of guys dressed as like animals with antlers and hooves, and they have little like satyr pants on.
What's a satyr?
You know, the little fawn
I
thing.
don't know what that is.
He's like half goat at the bottom and half. They play the panpipes. They have little horns, little fawn horns, and they dance around, and they have hairy legs and hooves. Here, I'll just
Is
have to
that what
show
you
you one.
beat off to? Maybe you should do a
No, I'm
porn
just
review.
saying they do have a site, and the guys were hot on there.
Let's look at it.
Okay, I don't remember the name of it. This was like 5 years ago, and I keep trying to find it, but I don't remember that. This is a fawn. See this little guy.
Let's see. Looks evil. That's a satyr.
That's a fawn,
Oh.
but a satyr's similar. But my whole point is they already have a website, like you described.
Well, I tell you what I like. I like gay porn acting, and it's showing up on my Instagram, and it's freaking hilarious. Like before
Gay
they
porn
do the,
acting, like they try to act out plots.
yeah, like before they
I,
put the
that
dicks
w-
in the butthole. Like the acting is awesome.
yeah, that's some advice I feel very comfortable declining. But thank you for offering it.
What? What advice?
The OnlyFans
Oh, all right. Well,
and the
okay.
porn.
Again,
I've
you
had
just like it's
opportunities
like
before.
I'm not allowed to give you advice because I
I
don't
never
make.
said not one.
No,
My
you did.
whole
You did.
my whole thing tonight, and I even lost people over it, was that I think I think giving advice is part of free speech, and anybody should be allowed to give advice. It's not a big deal for people to give advice, and there were people that vehemently disagreed with that.
All right, I'm going to try to talk, and you're going to try not to interrupt me.
Yeah,
Right?
I go on mute.
You basically wanted to know how much money I made. You determined it wasn't enough. So then you said, oh, my advice isn't worth anything because I'm poor and stupid. So, it's just another way, just like you did to Kai Cenat. You said, oh, he's just a Batman on YouTube. He just plays games. Whatever he does, he's successful at it some way or another. I don't know. I don't watch him, but I know of his name. And you do that. You belittle people, you minimize them, you step on people's backs to make yourself not feel so low, and it's pathetic. And you should stop it, and then you'll start winning. And I can see it clear as day. Go ahead.
God, I'm about to cry.
I mean, don't cry. You're not serious, are you?
Okay. Yeah, do you have any other advice that would make me money?
Oh God, are
More
you
than
really gonna cry?
1,600 a
See, now I
month?
feel bad.
Like the most your advice would get me is 1,600 a year, which breaks down to, God, less than $100 a month. I already make more than that. You should be taking advice from me.
How much money you make on YouTube?
Well, in order for YouTube to send you a monthly check, you have to hit a minimum of 100.
Okay.
So you're not even getting a check every month at 1,600.
Yes, I am. What are you talking about? 1,200
Right?
is a month.
Is it mostly super chats, memberships? What's your highest money
I
maker?
mean, I don't really pay it that much mind, honestly. I can look right now. Let's see. Let's
Okay.
look. Let's go to YouTube Studio. Estimated revenue $57.36. I haven't been working a
where
lot.
it breaks it. Go do the annual view and look where it breaks it down by either memberships or super chats or like the type of income.
I don't even give a shit, right? The only thing that I don't know is my
I give a shit. I'm
is
asking
is my
because I'm curious.
my Cash Apps. is
Oh,
what is
you're
hard to
counting
count.
Cash App too.
Yeah, it's hard. Like the cash apps are harder to count.
Do Cash Apps make you more than the YouTube stuff?
Like I'm not really pocket watching that much. Whatever it is, it's not enough,
Okay,
and I
you're
haven't
trying to
been
give me
working that much.
advice on how to make money when you don't even pay attention to it yourself. Like, what do you have to offer if you don't even, if you're not even aware on where the money's coming from or how you're generating it?
I know that when I work at my channel, I yield results. Of course, they are much less
And
than I
what
would hope
form do
for.
those results take? Super chats,
I told you, super
memberships,
chats. No
Cash
one
App.
really gives a shit about memberships. I get a few cash apps. It's mainly
So
super
not
chat.
memberships. We could scratch that off the list. So a few Cash Apps. So mostly super chats.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to find out. Thank you.
Super chats are fun because when you give a super chat, you want to be recognized. Like that time when I gave a super chat to get back on the panel and you wouldn't let me up. You were
I
such an
did let
asshole.
you up. I
No,
did.
you didn't.
You hang it on. You need to go to therapy for that
You
because you hang
banned
it
me
on
from your
to it.
show.
You
You
bring
said
it
I have to
up
pay a
every
cash
single
app.
time.
I paid $2, and you're like, "Oh, that's not enough." You know,
We need to
it's
find somewhere for you to move past that. I did let you up.
not the same day. I wanted to talk about whales and Faroe Islands, which is my
We've
pet
talked about
peeve.
that plenty. I even brought in Dolbez and 2 or 3 other people on it.
He's a dickhead. He talks too much.
Well, I happen to like the guy and respect him, but
Well,
you
good
can
for you.
think whatever you want on him.
Good for you.
So the reason that I don't have this kind of relationship with most other people is they don't make it this difficult to have harmony. They
I'm
usually
just holding you accountable,
meet
right?
me
You act like a
halfway and they
girl.
don't try to hear everything I say in the worst possible light so they can create internet drama behind it.
Let me look at the comments.
So if I had some advice to give you,
Give me advice. Let's go.
it would be to be a little more generous and benign in your interpretation of things.
I don't even know what benign means.
Okay.
So let's define terms because I'm stupid. Remember?
Look, Plasma liked our show last week. Well,
It was
how were
great.
your numbers on that show?
I don't know. Because I wasn't vertical compared to vertical, they were shit.
Huh. Okay. Well, then there's no potential. That right there. There's no. It's not bringing the numbers. How much money did you make off of it?
I don't fucking know. I don't remember. It's not.
So it wasn't memorable. You
I
would
mean,
know
you
if
were
it
there.
brought in
Did I get
like
any
two
super chats?
thousand
Yeah.
dollars. You would remember.
Yeah, if I brought in $2,000, fuck yes, I'd
So
remember.
it brought in a few pennies, like all your other shows.
It might not have brought in nothing. So I don't remember.
It probably didn't.
Well, let's look. Okay, I mean, we're just pocket watching. I mean, this is lame. I want to. I'm in the
No, I'm
building
like
phase.
I'm wanting to talk about concrete details, and you don't seem interested in that. You don't seem to care how much money you make or where it comes from, and that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to learn.
Listen, here's what I'm trying to do. I don't know how you look at this, but this is art to me, bro, and this is our medium, and I need to be in a good frame and state of mind to do a show. I have to be natural. I have to want it. I have to feel creative. I have to fly from the seat of my pants. I have to be on it, right? And if I'm sitting here pocket watching and acting like a dork, acting like a whatever, it's going to stifle. I'm in the building phase, bro. I want to build up my subs, build them up. And I want to hit that 10,000 mark. And then I want to look down and see what's going on. What can I do? Like I'm on the road to 10. Like that's my plan. Right. And then I can start to break it. Then hopefully I'll start getting a couple pennies here and there. Right. That's the plan. Build. I'm building. I know I'm not going to make money. This is an investment. I'm building and it's at my own personal expense. So
do you only stream when the mood hits you, and then you just go live spontaneously?
I do. I was trying to do like something new every 9:00, but I couldn't because it's just like it just was ruining my life. It made the shows are shit. And when I feel something, I feel good. I'll drink some Earl Grey tea and I'll go live. Oh, that's fucking great. Earl Grey,
Well, what
a little
happened? Did you
ginger.
feel good tonight, or do you only go to other people's shows when you're not feeling good?
No, if I felt good, I'd do my own fucking
You do
show.
your own
Otherwise, I
show.
just sit around
So,
here.
because I'm doing something a little different. It doesn't depend on inspiration. I have to be reliable and consistent because I'm here for other people.
Okay,
And
well,
it can't just be at the whim of what I feel. So, I'm not knocking what you're doing. I'm just saying we're doing very different things on here. And
that's fine.
yours works with just following your inspiration, but mine, I mean, I could just stream when I get inspired, but I benefit from the consistency because I have a larger mission than just making money or getting numbers up. I'm trying to deliver a very specific type of product. And so far, I'm happy with what I'm doing, but I definitely need to keep that reliability and consistency going to continue to do it. Because I'm building too, and that's part of my building. That's part of me laying that foundation. So I have to be here every day at a certain time, no matter what, whether the inspiration is there or not.
That's fine. I'm not saying either way. I made $8.49 from the video we did.
49 cents. Oh, that's
$8.49.
That's the YouTube tax cut.
$8.49. Did you hear that? Do you want half of it now? Should I super chat you?
No.
$4 and
No, because I was streaming at the same time, so I might have gotten stuff on my end from it, or I had the opportunity to at least.
okay.
You think so? That I don't find him very dominant, actually. I find his attempts to bully and intimidate quite laughable, actually. I'm a lot better at it than he is. He even complains about it.
I mean, there you go again, putting me down again as usual.
Oh, I was addressing Shelby's comment. See, you stifle my speech. I have to tiptoe on eggshells around you. I don't like that. That's why I try to keep this. That's why I try to keep this channel open for speech and things like micromanaging how people give advice or what they can say and stuff is all against what I'm trying to do here. It all inhibits my mission to bring a space where people can come and have open conversations about the things they want to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of your guests are the same bullshit as you. And you don't hold them accountable. They'll come up and say some stupid shit, and it just drives me
right. They're allowed to. They're allowed to do.
But that's a woman style. Just it.
Well, then
encourage bad behavior.
Panel, I guess.
Go ahead, girl. It's okay. It's not your fault. No, it is your fault. Be accountable because you're a
one
man.
To talk.
I'm accountable.
I'm sure you would know a woman's panel when you saw it.
Listen.
Well, you too, Apocalypse. And I don't think you're as low on that chart as you think you are.
What's going on here? It looks like
and if this panel is not quite to your taste, that you're free to find. You're here voluntarily. You came on 3 times already, and just tonight.
That was twice. I don't know what you're saying here. I don't like. I just want you and me, right? I don't want your other guests. No offense.
You've had you and me for the last 30, 40 minutes. All you did was bitch and be negative.
Yeah, well, guess what? Your numbers are up, and 75% said yes. So what are you going to say about those numbers? Your viewing numbers are up, and
I'm trying to get healthy numbers. This is a mental health channel.
The numbers are bigger. That's all you're a clout chaser. You're a pocket watcher. Your numbers are better when I'm here. What do you got to say about that?
They're not that different than they've been all night.
No, when I wasn't here, I looked on purpose. Look, they just gained another one. It was down to like 5, and I come back, boom, you double your numbers, triple almost, bro. If I cam up,
tripling my numbers, bro.
Dude, if I cam up, you get even more numbers, honestly. So, and what does the poll say? Where's the poll? Show the results.
Right. Let me look at it. Final result 79-29. Let me end this thing.
Told you. When are you going to stop treating me like shit and admit that we're good together, you dumb?
Okay, let me address that. I'm not going to change anything I'm doing. So if this is you being treated like shit, then you're a masochist. And you are continuously putting yourself in an environment where you get treated like shit. Because I don't plan to change my approach with you or anybody else, or the way I treat you, or the way I talk to you. So the answer to that is never. I'm not.
Fine.
So now that you have that information, you can decide how much time you want to spend here and get treated like shit.
And me are like bands that make the best music and hate each other, right? That's what it is. So we're like the Eagles or whatever you want to call it. We're like Journey or whatever one of those legacy bands are. That's us, bro.
Hey, there's a woman coming on.
Who?
Hello.
Who is it?
Hey.
Who's
Hi.
this?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Jeff?
Oh, I'm okay.
Oh no. I guess it's time for me to go. Probably. Is she even going to cam up or fake? I mean, what is this?
No, she doesn't have to cam.
Knock it off, buddy. Knock it off, buddy. I can do whatever I want.
This is like ceiling cam.
Was that more like shit that I treat you? I mean, was
Oh,
that
I don't
less like
know.
shit than I
Well, I
treat
don't
you?
know. Somebody invoked the words woman talk, so I had to appear. Like a genie or like a
That was
demon or
him.
something.
He said
Yeah,
that.
I
I
know it was
didn't rub
him.
the lamp. I didn't hit the golden slippers together 3 times. So you could just go back to where you
Golden
came from,
slippers.
back to your
He
feminist
said I
movement.
let people say whatever they want on this panel, and that's the woman, the way a woman would do it.
No, I
Well,
said they can say what they
first
want,
off, in
but
the
you don't
book,
hold them
in
accountable.
the book,
That's woman style.
in the book Wizard of Oz, they're diamond slippers, but they
No, they're
changed them
actually
to ruby
they're actually red
slippers for
ruby
the movie.
slippers. They're red ruby
Yeah,
slippers.
I know.
Let's get our facts
I just
straight.
said that.
Come on. No, you said
I
diamonds.
said
So.
in the movie they were ruby slippers. In the book they were diamond slippers. I said
Did you
that.
read the book,
Yeah.
Barb?
I don't know how to read.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I just want to say hi, Jeff.
Hey,
And
Helena, how are you? I don't.
yeah, I'm okay. I'm
Good.
okay. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing. It's like some weird version of The Odd Couple. But yeah,
Well, the
Jeff.
poll said that it was 71% that it was good for me, and
Yeah, people
29%.
like fighting, they like divisiveness.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that there's people viewing that are not necessarily chatting because I tend to only pay attention to who's chatting. So there's I have a lot of hate watchers and troll viewers
Well,
too. So they were
yeah, I
probably the
mean,
ones driving the numbers up.
yeah, yeah, but
But the
I don't
poll
know.
is what it is. There's no denying that that was the result, wherever it came from.
Did you eat fries today, Jeff?
I didn't.
You didn't.
No. Maybe I'll get some. I don't know. When here's the problem. I pass by McDonald's almost every day on my way home from work, but I never have my headset with me because I don't bring it to work. So
Oh,
I'd have to stream without the headset.
now vaguely, I don't want you to say too much, but what do you like? What is work like? What are you doing?
It's okay. It's retail. Just generic
Oh, retail? Oh,
retail.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done retail before.
You come in the store, you need help finding something, you
Yeah,
need your merchandise rang up, that kind of stuff.
yeah. I worked at a Macy's once. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah. I didn't mind it at all. Anytime it was
What
really bad.
department were you in?
Well, they put me in junior miss.
Oh,
Yeah, and occasionally they would put me in jewelry. The only thing that was bad about that is I'd have to do adjustments to watches so they'd fit.
oh, like the
And
bands.
yeah, 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 that was a little hard. You took this gun and you would like take the needles out, but the needle in the gun was so delicate, you could break it so easily.
Ooh.
Yeah, this guy lost his shit all over me because it was 30 minutes before closing and I broke the needle. And we didn't have a replacement, and he just lost his shit on me. And it was like, wow. It's like, I don't know. I don't know.
It
I
was a
did what I could.
customer or your manager?
Customer.
Oh my God.
Oh
How did you
yeah.
handle it?
Pretty well, I think. I kept asking him, I kept saying, could you come back tomorrow when we can replace this and blah blah blah. But oh, he wasn't having it. He wasn't having it.
He sounded very
And
entitled.
I don't know. It's like, look, the needle broke. I'm sorry. It just broke. Yeah, so yeah, he made a lot of trouble, and the only other time I didn't, I hated retail was like, during the holidays because before COVID they had, you know, Black Fridays and stuff like
Oh yeah,
that, and
in person.
yeah, those went all night, and then you'd work a shift that was so weird. It was like taking a plane to Australia and you don't even know what time zone you're in when the flight's over. That's how you felt after one of these shifts. Um, but, overall, not so bad. I was good at it. So,
Yeah, I like most of my retail jobs were Christmas, like seasonal Christmas jobs. I like the people. I'm a people person. I get
yeah,
stimulated from interacting with people all day. So my body is tired, but mentally I'm on a high by the end of the night.
yeah, yeah. And I don't know. I liked interacting with people too. So it was all good, man. But yeah. So mostly I sold clothes though.
Ah,
Yeah. And then I became a teacher. Before that I was a reporter. So
so you went from reporter to Macy's
to
and then to
Macy's to
education.
teaching. Yeah. Yeah. Zig and zag.
Yep. Same here. it's I, that
Yes.
seems like maybe a very Gen X thing. It seems like our parents did less of that, and that maybe started
Oh
in our
yeah.
generation.
Yeah, because they were like, oh, I got this one, and they would tell me this too. Get the one good job, you'll have it your whole life, you'll get benefits, and you'll never have to leave it. But, things changed, and it's like, oh, what? You're laying me off? What? What, the school's closing down? Things like that. So, I don't know. So I vote no for Barney, or whatever the fuck
Oh,
his
you
name
vote
is.
no? And Shelby's in the comments saying similar, and she knows me in person, and we have a lot of
Oh,
trust built up between us. So I tend to trust her sense of
yeah.
things too. And plus my own. Like, I, I think it's pretty dysfunctional myself.
Well, yeah, there's just a
Because
lot
I'll
of
tell you how
anger
I
there.
know. I know how healthy conversations go, and I know how unhealthy and dysfunctional conversations go. And so I can
Yeah,
pattern match pretty well.
yeah, yeah, I don't know. I think anger is his thing. And it's like, if I'm not angry, then that's not my brand. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure that's his
you
thing.
think brand. I think you hit on it. I think it's a bit. I
Yeah,
think it's internet content. I don't take much of
yeah.
it seriously.
I mean, if you want to do YouTube Jerry Springer and bring out the chairs and, have fist fights, fine, fine. But I don't know if that's good for everybody, you know,
And there's plenty of channels that already
that
provide
do
that.
that.
I'm trying to do something different. I'm really just trying to create a space where people can have the conversations that they don't get to have anywhere else, and also to create a community for support, like mental health support. And that's it.
Oh, yeah,
And if that makes me a bad person, then I guess I'll just
of course not.
I'll take the hit.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's an act, but it's like, oh, there's a woman here. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go take a shower now. Oh, okay, okay, buddy. Ridiculous.
Well, it's competition.
Yeah, I know. I
Like,
know. Yeah. Well,
and he unsubscribed. Then he wants to come emotional blackmail me,
oh,
like
is that my
hold the
fault?
subscription over my head. I'll
Jeff, is
give you
that
your
my fault?
subscription back if you do all of these things I think you should do. Here's how
Is that
you
my
win my loyalty and support that I keep taking away every other week.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jeff. Um, I hope I didn't do that.
No, that was way before you came.
Okay. Well,
And then he stuck around an hour
I don't know.
after that.
I kind of felt like you were being held hostage or something. So it's like, okay, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna go in there and create chaos, and and it's like, oh no, there's a woman here. Oh, I can't handle it.
Well,
And
if I was being held hostage, you freed me. Yeah,
you're free.
I's free, Miss Scarlet. I's free.
You're free now, Jeff. You're free. Yeah. So I don't know. I just, yeah. I think I ran classrooms, for a long time. Yeah. Like if I saw that happening in a classroom, I'd be like, okay, break it up, you two, break it up. So I don't know. Yeah. So what are you going to do for the rest of the evening? Just like go to bed, sleep?
I'm gonna cook my pizza, and I'm gonna
Okay.
watch some TV, and
Uh-huh.
then I'll probably have to go to bed because I get up early now that I'm working. Actually, I've always gotten up early, but I really have to get up early on purpose now. So I have to make
Oh,
sure I'm not
right.
up too late.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you
Probably
mean.
my number of subs because they keep dropping. It was at 802 earlier. Let me see what it's at now. I keep hovering. Oh my God. Oh wait, that's not me. I keep hovering at 800. I
Mm-hmm.
can't seem to get. That is my peak.
Well, I think unfortunately a lot of people use your channel to boost their channel. Not everyone, but some people, they to boost their channel. It's like, I'm going to go there and I'm going to get into a fight with Jeff, and that's unfortunate. But I don't know. So I don't. I wish there was something I could do about that, but I can't. I don't know what to think. I can't think of anything.
No, just
So
keep being yourself and showing up and participating. That's what it's here for. That's what keeps us going. Is
okay.
people using it to to talk and have conversations. So as long as that's where my main focus is. As long as that's happening, all the other stuff is background
Mm-hmm.
noise, including the
Mm-hmm.
numbers. I'm trying to get to 1,000 because then you can be part of the ad program.
Mm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I've been trying to do that for half a year now, so there's no rush. It'll
Oh,
happen
I
when it's
guess
happened. I
not.
want organic growth. I don't want like an influx of generic numbers.
Right. Hey, um, in chat, people were talking about critical drinker. What was that about?
Critical drinker. I don't know. Who
Oh,
was
maybe
talking
you weren't.
about it?
I don't know. Some
What
people
is
in chat
critical?
were.
There used to be a club, like a meetup called Critical Drinking. They had chapters
Um, well,
throughout the.
the only critical drinker I know is the guy who talks about pop culture, and he's from Scotland. I assumed they were talking about him. You want to talk about numbers? Oh, he's got
Does he
numbers
have
for you.
dark hair and shades?
Yep, that's him.
Okay, I found his channel.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, let's 2.23. He has more. He has twice as many as Todd Grande. Let's check
Yeah.
out his personality.
Oh, it's very, yeah. Well, he's a brand too, but yeah, go ahead.
Wait, does he
Yeah.
even cam up, or is it just him drinking? This
No, no. He
he
does
doesn't
he
even
does
cam, and he has these numbers.
he does cam. He does cam. I've
Oh,
seen him. Yeah.
wait, because so far it's just this little avatar of him drinking.
He does
Here,
cam
let
up
me
though.
try to find a clip of him. We can check him
Sure.
out. All right, this is what I have so far. Um, if there's a clip of him,
That would have been the last time that
see
Arnold
this.
Oh
could have
yeah, yeah,
convincingly
okay.
played the Terminator before he, looked too old for it. I think, Linda Hamilton probably could have been convinced to come back if they had a good story. But
I
from what I
expected
understand,
more
I think Cameron was
personality,
in
especially from a
pre-production for
Scot.
Titanic, and he was just swamped with work on that. And now, they
Yeah, this is not something I would tune in regularly for. Like, there's not.
He
I need that energy.
yeah, he does cam up and he often has guests. And sometimes he's on, I don't know, he's been on a few shows, like he's affiliated with Friday Night Tights. And basically they talk about pop culture too and movies, and um their panels are really large. Like they'll have like 8 people on one panel, which, But anyway, so he does cam up though. Yeah, I've seen him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he's
Well,
on. I've seen him on Skynet Australia. Actually.
people like him and Todd Grundy. I don't understand the 2 million viewers.
Well, I don't know. He. Do you know what's? Do you know what gets a lot of viewers if you say you don't like something, and he doesn't do that all the time, but he's been in this business for a long time, and I don't know. I think what made him is when Ms. Marvel came out, and a lot of people hated that movie.
You talking about the
And
Agatha Christie?
no, I'm talking about the Marvel movie, superhero.
Oh, Miss Marvel. Okay, I thought you said Miss
Yeah. Oh,
Marple.
I didn't say
I'm like,
Marvel.
who
No, I
could
didn't.
hate Miss
No,
Marple?
I don't know. That's impossible. Yeah. Yeah, that's impossible. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. People right now at this point in time, people are really there's certain people who like to talk about how all the movies are ruined, and they make stupid decisions, and they like that. People like to. It's cathartic to listen to other people talk about that sort of thing.
Yeah, you have to hit those primal emotions:
Yeah,
fear, outrage,
right.
um, drama, conflict. People want others to indulge
Yeah.
their base primal psyche, that limbic part of their brain.
I mean,
Same
it does
with like
work.
crowds and protests and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it does work. But so 9 times out of 10, he's reviewing something. He doesn't, and like, it's like, oh, this is gonna, oh, like he has a posse, and they like to talk about how bad the Star Wars remakes are, and that
Some of
gets a
them
lot of
are,
viewers. Well, they are. I
but
mean,
I
I'm
can
not gonna
only get so
lie.
much content out of that.
Yeah,
Like it
yeah.
doesn't take a whole channel to talk about how bad
Well,
they are. Maybe
yeah,
one stream, if that.
yeah. But a lot of people, they dig that, and that's the numbers, I guess. But he doesn't always hate everything. Um, he likes some things. Sometimes he goes nostalgic and he talks about John Carpenter movies and things, you know. Um, so, you know, it's not always negative or
Well, I could do like in 1984 and do like the 2 minutes of hate every day. Of course, mine would be more like 5 or 10 minutes. I could probably stretch it out to 15 and find something to
yeah, I
just
know.
really hate and get worked up about and spurg out over every stream, and then that'll prime the limbic part of the brain and bring in those people, and then
Yeah,
maybe
you mean
some of them
the
will stick around and stay subscribed.
yeah, you mean the lizard brain? You mean the
Yeah, you
lizard
gotta
brain effect?
tease the lizard brain. You gotta keep feeding the lizard brain. And I don't think because
Yeah.
mine is more nerdy. It's more geared toward the intellect, the rational soul, and that's what I'm here to feed. I don't really care if people's lizard. There's so many places to get lizard food on YouTube that I don't go out of my way to provide that. And I think that could be cost to be numbers too.
Yeah, maybe. But
But then we know
yeah,
where the 799 nerds in the YouTube universe are.
I guess so. But I do listen to Drinker sometimes, only I like pop culture. But he's, I listen to a lot of channels, so
What
um
are some of your other highlights, like channels that you discovered?
oh, The Take,
The
and
Take.
let's see. Oh, Clownfish TV.
That sounds familiar. I might have
Do you game? No, you
heard of that
game.
one.
You game. You're a gamer.
No, I
It,
did that one game, and it won't not anytime
well,
soon.
well, sometimes they talk about, games but they talk about movies and how Walt Disney is doing, I mean Disneyland, sorry, and films and that kind of thing. So maybe you came across them.
That's
Um,
Clownfish.
Clownfish TV
Pop
and
culture news, views, reviews, and rants. Rants. That's rants. That's what people
rants.
tune in for. And then the take is thought provoking. See, I try to be thought provoking here. Analysis and explanations. This sounds more nerdy. Smart, fun,
Well,
original, entertainment conversation.
yeah. And the first
Innovative,
time,
expert
yeah,
analysis.
yeah, it's weird. The guy, he had a career trajectory kind of like mine. Now they represent themselves as avatars. So he had kind of a career like mine, but his wife, they're married. She calls herself Gigi Sparkles, and I could swear, I know her. I knew her in real life, but maybe
You
it's a
think it's the
coincidence.
same lady?
Um, it's the voice.
Oh.
So she sounds like somebody I used to work with at another media outlet, and so probably not, but boy, she sounds like her. So, things like that.
Does she have her
Neurotic.
own channel? Oh no, this is a black lady. Never mind.
Yeah,
Just trying.
yeah. Clownfish TV, it's its own thing. And sometimes I like neurotic. He can be dramatic, but he's interesting. Um, oh, I can't remember. Oh, okay, and some I can't remember now. I'm sorry.
Nerdrotic life. He looks
Yeah,
like a nerd.
yeah. His real name is Gary. He has glasses and a
Yep.
beard. Yeah, yeah. They get hyped up. They get hyped up. Um, and another person would say, "Well, you guys, you got to stop watching those Star Wars revivals." But they need content, don't they? So,
He does have a sexy voice, and he has a Batman um, little neon thing behind him too. I don't have enough geek like stuff that'll draw people.
yeah, yeah. Gary, all those things behind him, those are all his figurines. And he used to have a comic book store, and so he's really good at displaying. So I don't know. I'm fine with your background, but yeah, I don't know.
It needs
Sure,
dressing.
maybe you need some figurines, Jeff. I don't know.
Yeah. I live by the Funko factory. I can go get some Fun Pops. And do you know you can Fun Pop yourself? You can they have a little thing where you can pick out the traits you want, and then they can create a Funko thing of your own self. So I
I
could
never
go
heard
get
of
Fun
Funko.
Popped.
Fun Popped. I don't know what that is.
It's those little. I didn't know what they were either till I moved here, and it's those little toys. They're like little plastic action figures. Here, let me find some. And the factory is headquartered here. It's like 2 blocks from my
Oh,
house,
wow.
and you can go tour it,
Let me
and you
go.
can they make you some of your own self, and they have them for everything. Like every franchise has Funko Pops made of. They even have a Twin
So,
Peaks line of Funko.
nuh-uh. Get
Yeah,
out.
let's see. Show it.
They all have big heads.
Look, Agent Cooper,
Oh,
Audrey.
wow.
They have the log lady somewhere. Look, Laura Palmer wrapped in plastic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, here's the log lady. So
Oh my
yeah, those
God.
things. They're very popular, like one of the top selling toys. 10,000 Funko Pops. Oh my god. I applied for a couple of jobs there, but they didn't want me.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody has to do something about all these and job ads, like online. There are too many ghost ads.
Oh
They're
yeah,
not really
I
authentic.
hear about that. The fake. Some
It's
companies put them there to make them seem like they're
they're growing.
growing, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really big problem. Yeah. Um, and I hate that.
That's why I
But
always apply through the company site.
yeah, good idea. hmm all the specialists, they all recommend that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hate ghost ads. It's like you're wasting my time.
Are you looking for work?
Yeah. Well, I have a gig, but I'd like another one. So maybe something in proofreading or something.
Oh. Do they have like freelance, like what about things like Fiverr or Task? Was it
Fiverr?
those online freelance sites?
I'm not familiar with them.
Uh I think
Fiverr?
they have so many different types. I think Fiverr's one of them. There's two Upwork maybe. Um and you people can hire you. You have like a profile and you put your what your skills are, and then random people from all over the world can hire you on an individual basis to do freelance
Mm-hmm.
work. And proofreading seems like it would be something easy to market that way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a thing where you have to like, I don't know. One time I was in on a site, and I don't know. I think it was for proofreading, but it's like I had to bid on the jobs. I had to bid on them, and
Oh,
everybody else did too. And it's like, yeah, I'm not doing this. This is no, no.
I think it's
But
just you put some of them let you even set your own price. You put your you have like a little menu of your services and how much you charge per hour, and then the site gets a cut, and then you get the rest.
oh, hmm, I'll
So
look
the
into
more
it.
money you make, the more money they make.
Hmm, I'll look into that. Whew. Wow, rough night. But okay. I'm gonna let you go. Hope you have a peaceful evening. I really do.
Yeah, you, you're very grounding. I feel,
Oh,
I'm, I'm more, I have my equilibrium back.
yeah, that was yeah, like I said before, it seemed like a hostage crisis.
I didn't expect this to be such a contentious topic. This was a rough night.
I'm not even, yeah, didn't the
People,
title, wasn't it, it had something with the word happiness in it?
oh yeah, I just picked some random generic title, but then it turned to advice giving and receiving, and so I decided to
Oh,
make that the topic. And boy, do people have opinions, very strong ones about that, that
oh,
did not realize.
well,
Numbers are down. Well,
yeah, of
that's
course.
okay. I'm probably wrapping up anyway. But
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all. Like these are my numbers. The numbers that count to me are what say Lou, Jack's Law, Not Law, Shelby, you
Mm-hmm.
guys. That's the numbers that I look at. And so as
Yeah.
long as that's happening, the rest of the numbers can do whatever they do.
Yeah. All right. Well, good night, Jeff, and good night, everybody in chat.
And good night to you too. I sure appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
And have a good tomorrow.
I hope so. Bye.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Take care. All right, I guess that's it for me. 4.5 hours. I wasn't expecting this when I sat down tonight, but that comes with the territory of streaming and doing this genre of content. You kind of don't know what to expect when you turn that camera on. So I just roll with it. I'll be back tomorrow, the same time, the same new time, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And till then, have a good rest of your night, and all of you have good tomorrows as well. And I will see you again, hopefully. Take care, everybody. Keep keeping on, rocking on. Keep you know what? Keep giving advice, and take the advice you want, and let the rest of it go. It's really not that big of a deal. All right, that's my advice on advice. Take care.